Yes, that was the part we got to change. I'll just describe it on that one.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the WAPC Significant Development Part 17 meeting for the 31st of July 2025. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and is available via the Commission's website as well as YouTube. In opening today's meeting, I'd like to make a brief statement. The meeting of the Commission is to determine two significant development applications under Part 17 of the Planning and Development Act. Part 17 grants the Commission temporary decision-making powers to determine proposals that can generate investment in the state to assist with economic recovery remaining from COVID-19. A major premise of Part 17 of the legislation is that it bestows upon the Commission a perceived unlimited level of discretion with respect to an application. The Commission recognises the responsibility that it has in ensuring that this discretion is exercised responsibly. As with any planning application, the Commission has the option to approve either or both applications subject to conditions, approve either or both subject to minor modifications and conditions, defer determination pending further information, or to refuse the applications. I wish to advise observers that Commission members may refer to technical devices such as phones and laptops throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information before them and in taking notes for their deliberations. On behalf of the Commission and the Department will respond to any media inquiries relating to this application through consultation with the Minister for Planning's office. I'd like to acknowledge that today we're meeting on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past and present. Item 1.2, apologies and leave of absence. We have Commissioner Shears on a leave of absence, but attending in person today we have myself, Commissioner Cole, Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Sandry, and attending via Zoom today we have Commissioner Herron, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Lakey. Disclosures of interest in relation to the two items today. In relation to item 4.1, which is the proposed neighbourhood shopping centre development at 801 Kalamunda Road in Maida, Commissioner Sandry has declared an pecuniary interest in that a deputy representing a landowner today. Sorry, I don't have the wording in front of me, so I'm going by memory here, but please correct me.
I can say it if you want.
I think I've got it. Yeah. That is being represented by Urbanista, and that Commissioner Sandry remained a shareholder of Urbanista up until September 2024 and is yet to pass the 12-month threshold, so has declared a pecuniary interest and will be stepping out on this matter. Are you happy with the way I've characterised that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And item 4.1 again, Commissioner Herron has a perceived impartiality interest in that Commissioner Herron has advised that Urbis, his previous employer, undertakes work for Fabcot, which is part of Woolworths and which is a tenant of the proposed development. Commissioner Herron, I understand then that you'd be seeking to remain in the meeting. And is there any concern to raise around that, Commissioners? Any questions of Ray? Happy to remain. Okay, thank you all. And on the same, on item 7.1, sorry, on the same item, Paula De Perna, Director of the SDAU, has declared a pecuniary interest in this matter and wanted to advise that she will not be present for any discussion or presentations on this matter and has not had any role to play in the assessment of this matter. Moving to item 7.1, the development application for the vanadium processing facility at lots 1441 Geraldton Mount Magnet Road in Tinandewa. Commissioner Hall has declared an actual impartiality interest in that he is advised that he's employed by the City of Greater Geraldton as a director. The city does have a live scheme amendment on this matter presently, which is yet to be fully considered. Commissioner Hall, I understand that you're not seeking to participate in this matter and opting to leave the meeting?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you very much. On the same item, Commissioner Herron has declared an indirect pecuniary interest in that he has advised that he has previously provided advice to the proponent when employed at Urbis. On that basis, I understand you're not seeking to participate and will leave the meeting, Commissioner Herron. Thank you. And on the same matter, Commissioner Bennett has declared a perceived impartiality interest in that the applicant has referred to other proposals considered by WAPC under Part 17 in their rationale for the application. And one of those proposals was submitted by CLE Town Planning and Design, her employer. However, it's not, you haven't had any dealings on this particular item.
No, not on this item.
So on that basis, Commissioners, I'm happy to accept that as a perceived impartiality interest. Are there any questions or concerns? Okay, thank you very much. Disclosures of representation. I'd just like to disclose that I have met with both the applicant and an adjoining neighbour in relation to item 7.1 and have not been provided with information that has not been made available to the board. Are there any other disclosures of representation? Commissioner Sandry.
Chair, I would like to note that I have met with the neighbouring owners for item 7.1 as we attended the site visit, not on their request, but as we were out in and we decided to do a site visit of the locality.
Thank you. I also attended that site visit. Any further disclosures of representation? Thank you very much all. And I'll just check there are no other declarations of interest. Thank you very much. This declaration of due consideration. Can all members please indicate that they've received and considered the agenda ahead of today's meeting? Thank you very much all. And just noting at Part 1.5.1 of the agenda, there have been questions raised from members resulting from a briefing on Monday with responses provided, but I understand there will be follow-up to those questions on both items during today's session. So we are now going to move to deputations and presentations for item 4.1, and the way that we're managing the meeting today is that we will take deputations on the first item and then we will go straight to determination and deliberations on the item before then moving on to item 7.1. Thank you very much, Amy.
I welcome everyone that is present in order to make a deputation today, either in person or via Zoom. You will be invited to join the table or be promoted to panellist on Zoom to deliver your deputation. You have been advised of your allocated time, which will be managed by a timer on the screen. If you have a PowerPoint presentation, this will be displayed on the screen for you throughout your deputation, and you are requested to advise as you wish to advance the slides. We begin today's deputations on item 4.1. Part 17 Development Application, Proposed Neighbourhood Shopping Centre Development at Lot 801 Kalamunda Road, Maida Vale for determination. And we'll be inviting Mike Wakefield over Zoom. Waiting for Mike to join as a panellist. Mike, if you can hear us, we just need you to turn your webcam on and your audio.
There we go.
You're on mute there, Mike. Mike, just so you're aware, your Zoom is still on mute. You just need to untick the mute button. There we go.
Good afternoon, commissioners and guests.
Good afternoon, Mike. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mike Wakefield. I live at 319 Kalamunda Road in Maida Vale. My neighbours at 321 is an elderly Italian gentleman. He has poor English and doesn't have a computer, so he's asked me to speak on his behalf. Without going through the 3-page submission that I submitted to the Commission, I would like to give an overview, context and history of the particular region. I have lived in my home since 1998. Since that time, there have been numerous proposals for development in the region. And at that particular time, the City Council of Kalamunda presided over the decision-making process, and they were rejected for the same grounds that objections are in place today. In mid-1990s, my son, who attended Maida Vale Primary School, was hit by a car. And I do believe that contributing to that accident was the increased traffic flow running between Midland and Priory Roads, utilising Kalamunda Road as a link. The increase in traffic through that particular area was born as a result of lack of access to Roe Freeway for residents in the North Bushmead, Hovia, Helena Valley areas. And as a result, because it's difficult for them to access Roe Freeway via Scott Road, they use that particular route to achieve access to Roe Freeway. As a result of development in the Bushmead area, which is Bushmead North and South, where previously there had only been bushland, which is a training area for the Australian Army Transport Logistics training area, there has been an increase in the development of that area into residential properties. And in Bushmead North, there exists an existing supermarket. The concerns that I have are based around a number of things: traffic, noise and light pollution, and safety in the region. I became aware of the proposal in 2024 when there was a brief period of time, there was a sign placed on Lot 801 Kalamunda Road, and that we were given a short period of time to make submissions, of which I did so. And in that submission, I raised concerns about the traffic issues and the impact of people that own homes which are on the south side of Kalamunda Road, particularly between roughly Priory Road and as far to the west as Advent Park. In the development application, I note that there is no real focus placed upon the impact of those homeowners on that particular area and the impact that this development will have upon them. I am quite convinced that should such a development go ahead, that there will need to be traffic control measures placed, probably not only at Midland Road intersection, but also Priory Road intersection, which will bracket the primary school in between those two intersections and require significant changes to the road system to accommodate that particular change. But it will also mean that a number of homes which are on the south side of Kalamunda Road will be, at the minimum, unable to turn to the east towards Kalamunda, and will have to travel all the way up to the Dogbone overpass over Roe Freeway to execute a U-turn.
Excuse me, Mike, just to
Yep.
let you know, it's Emma Cole, the chair here. You are just approaching 1 minute over. So if you could just make your concluding comments. We do have the benefit also of having your written submission.
Yes, I understand.
To conclude shortly, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so there are a number of issues, as I pointed out: light pollution, noise pollution. And I do note in the noise study that there was no measurements taken directly opposite the intersection. And the light pollution, because the towers illuminating the car park area of the proposed shopping centre will be so close that even my 3 metre tall front hedge will not block the light. So basically, I'm objecting to the development on the grounds it will impact quite a few residents, and there is little scope to widen Kalamunda Road without potential acquisition of properties.
Thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate your deputation, and some of these matters that you've raised today, we can ask questions around when we come to the item. So I do appreciate you attending today. I will ask members if there are any questions for you.
Questions from me.
We don't have any questions. I'm sorry, my apologies, Commissioner Hall, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for your presentation. I just wondered if you were aware and had seen that there's a traffic impact assessment that has been completed that recommends road infrastructure upgrades that will also be subject to a road safety audit once complete. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. And I also note in that recommendation that there is an acknowledgement that there will probably need to be future intersection control measures put in place, which includes either a roundabout or a traffic controlled intersection by traffic lights. I'm also aware too that the Main Roads Department regulations prohibit the placement of driveways close to those sort of traffic control measures.
Okay.
Thanks, that's all.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mike? Thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Our next deputation for the same item is from Amanda Butterworth, joining us via Zoom. Amanda, I can see that you've just declined to be promoted to panelist. We'll need you to accept that one to deliver your deputation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I
Welcome.
also have a presentation. Thank you.
Amanda, it's Emma Cole, Chair. Welcome to the WAPC meeting. I understand that you have been furnished with some additional information about a correction that has been made to the retail test technical study, and just wanted to confirm that you've received that information.
Yes, I did receive it about an hour ago. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I'm Amanda Butterworth of Allarding and Associates, and I'm here today on behalf of Hyde Park Management Limited, owners of Hawaiian's Forestfield Shopping Centre, located at 20 Strelitzia Avenue, Forestfield. Hawaiian's Forestfield is part of the Forestfield District Activity Centre, which I refer to as the Forestfield District Centre, and is located less than 5 kilometres away from the proposed neighbourhood centre. Our submission is that the applicant has not demonstrated that the proposed centre, with a floor space of 5,500 square metres, will not have an unreasonable or detrimental impact upon existing, committed, planned public and private infrastructure and investment in activity centres, particularly the Forestfield District Centre. Next slide, please. The City of Kalamunda Activity Centre's strategy identified that inclusion of what was then referred to as the Midland Road Neighbourhood Centre resulted in impacts that were generally high. Whilst this application is a postponement of the Midland Road Centre beyond 2026, the adverse impacts of approval of this out-of-centre will be experienced by the existing centres, particularly the Forestfield District Centre. Next slide, please. We refer to the applicant's estimated impact upon specific centres, and we particularly focus on the identified impact on Forestfield District Centre. We highlight that the table suggests that Forestfield District Centre will have a greater turnover with the development in 2027 as compared to without this proposed development. I note that this has now been corrected, but we would not confer with that finding that was originally provided. We haven't had an opportunity to further review the updated figures that we received just over an hour ago. We also noted that the percentage impact upon the Forestfield District Centre is above 5% and therefore moderate, and that still remains in the updated table. Lastly, we question the projected sales potential and suggest that it is ambitious. This has subsequently been modified, but we haven't had opportunity to be able to really assess the updated figures. And therefore, we do question the figures that have been provided. We also note the comments by lateral planning in regard to the retail needs assessment and question whether or not there is a need for an independent assessment of the figures that have been provided within this report. We note that next slide, please. We note that the City of Kalamunda has expressed similar concerns to those we expressed in our submission, that the proposal is a major centre, that is an out-of-centre development. The City also outlined that the proposed development undermines and therefore risks orderly and proper development of the area, and we concur with this. We also expressed concern that the applicant's retail assessment did not actually provide any detailed comments of the proposed centre and its impacts upon the Forestfield District Centre, even though the impact percentage and risk level for retail turnover at more than 5% is deemed to be moderate risk under the SPP 4.2 implementation guidelines. Next slide, please. So in terms of the impact upon the Forestfield District Centre, we're advised that whilst annual sales turnover may be increasing, the profitability of the centre and its tenants is not experiencing those parallel gains. Increased costs and increased inflation, together with the increase in online sales, all contribute to reducing the profitability of a bricks and mortar shops and a bricks and mortar centre. So what's the impact of that sales creep from Forestfield District Centre to the new out-of-centre development? The impact is experienced by the supermarkets, but it is truly also felt by the independent operators and small businesses. With approval of a new out-of-centre development, the adverse impact will be experienced by the existing centres with a reduction in customer numbers and foot traffic, which in turn can lead to less sales and profit, which can lead to closure of the smaller shops. This in turn impacts upon the future profitability of the Forestfield District Centre. We say that this out-of-centre development will have an adverse impact upon existing centres such as Forestfield District Centre, and therefore as an out-of-centre development ought not to be supported. Furthermore, given the errors that were identified in the retail needs assessment that we had identified and concerns as raised as in the submission by lateral planning on behalf of the IGA stores, we consider that this updated retail needs assessment report ought to be independently reviewed prior to determination of this application. Thank you for your time.
Amanda, Emma Cole here. Thank you for raising this. Just for anyone's benefit who may be observing online, I do note that the amended retail needs assessment net benefit test is now contained in attachment 13. So just wanted to point that out. Also that Macro Plan will be attending as part of the applicant's deputation to deal with some of the matters that you have raised. Amanda, I'll now go to members to see if there are any questions for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Amanda, for the deputation. I just was interested in, and you may not have been involved at this point, but the Forestfield District Centre's involvement in the activity centre strategy that's been prepared by Kalamunda. Are you familiar if the district centre was involved in providing comment or input into that commercial centre strategy?
I couldn't say definitively. Sorry, Commissioner Bennett. I wasn't.
Sure.
I didn't prepare a submission, and I wasn't involved at that time specifically relating to the City of Kalamunda strategy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall. Oh, sorry, that's Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Amanda. I just wanted to touch on, you had made mention about the specific impact on the smaller retailers. Can you just clarify on what that was founded? Is that something that you derived from SVP 4.2, or is that based on feedback or insight that you've been provided by the owner of the centre?
Correct, yes. The information from the owner of the centre specifically, yes. And in their experience as centre owners and managers.
And sorry, further through the chair, can I just clarify, because there is a Woolworths located as part of that centre, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any further questions of Amanda? Amanda, thank you for your deputation today. I just want to assure you that the issue that you've raised in relation to the updated retail needs assessment, we will flesh that out through the meeting and talk about steps that have been taken to correct that and what impact that has had in relation to the assessment and the decision before the Commission today. So that will be discussed as part of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've just had an issue with Commissioner Deb to reach. Would you like us to quickly get her on?
Can we call her while we try to resolve?
Yes.
So she is currently watching on so that she doesn't miss any of the information.
Okay.
I'm just looking it up again, but they can't rejoin using the same email address. So if she can rejoin using a different email address, perhaps her work.
Hi, it's Amy Megan. I'm just going to put you on speaker just to listen in for now. Okay, thank you.
Megan, just before, we still have Amanda here. Did you have any questions for Amanda?
No, not at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for people's benefit online, Commissioner Dare has had trouble joining the meeting, so we have her via telephone at the moment while we seek to correct that, but Commissioner Dare can see the proceedings online and is able to communicate with us via the phone. Okay, thank you, Amanda. We appreciate your deputation today.
Thank you.
Our next deputation today is from Nathan Stewart and Sandra Doyle, who will be joining us via Zoom.
Commissioner Heron, do you have anything that you wish to raise? Just your hand is still up there. Thank you. Just checking.
We just need to confirm that Sandra is with Nathan, as we don't have her on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Nathan. We're just seeing if Sandra can join us. Is she coming in separately via Zoom?
Yeah, coming in separately on Zoom.
Thank you.
We only have a contact number for Nathan, Chair, and Sandra is not popping up as a participant.
Nathan, I'm not sure if you can hear that, but we're not seeing Sandra pop up to attend the meeting.
Yeah, okay. I can just proceed without her for now. But yeah, it was just more so for her to attend, just to be available to answer any questions if it was needed at the end of the presentation. That's all.
Nathan, feel free to contact Sandra. I don't believe we have a phone number for her. We only have your number. So if you do need to contact her.
I can contact. I've got her number here if you would like it.
Or perhaps you could just quickly let her know that
dial
if
her in and put
that's
her
a
on
good idea.
loudspeaker. Yeah.
Very good idea, yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Hi, Sandra. I'll just put you on loudspeaker. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'll just turn my phone down so there's no echo. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Commission members. My name's Nathan Stewart from Lateral Planning. With me today is Sandra Doyle from Metcash Property. We're here today to speak on item 4.1, the proposed neighbourhood centre. I'm presenting on behalf of the owners of several IGA businesses in the area, IGA Matervale, Newborn Road, The Village, Helena Valley and Kalamunda. We're engaged to review today's report to the Commission and seek advice from Deep End Services. Unfortunately, Deep End Services were unable to attend today due to a conflict, but I'll answer any questions in relation to their submission as best I can. One of the main concerns that came out of the Deep End Services review of the MBT was that the similar impact from the development on Newburn Road, which is comparable in size to the Maida Vale Centre, but it's 2.6 kilometres away by road from the development and separated from the development by road highway, a pretty significant barrier. Notwithstanding, the impact between the two centres from this proposed development is identical. Deep End Services advised that this identical impact does not seem plausible, just relative to the locations and proximity of the proposal, and should be reevaluated. In addition to their review, Metcash Property provided Deep End Services with existing sales data from IGA supermarkets nearby to a recently opened Woolworths proposal to identify any noticeable trends. From the review of 3 existing stores that were analysed, the impacts were noted to be significant, and this was summarised in my deputation submission. In Coolbellup, for example, the IGA closed after several months of the Woolworths opening due to poor sales. In Balcatta, the RSA that supported the development application at the time for the Woolworths indicated an impact of 6.3%. In fact, in the 12 months that followed the Woolworths opening, the sales data indicated on the IGA it was impacted by 16%. And in Inglewood, a similar situation, IGA Good Grocer experienced a 15% impact in the 12 months following the opening of the Woolworths on Beaufort Street. This data shows what can happen in situations where a Woolworths opens in proximity to an IGA, despite what the modelling might say. From a town planning perspective, this proposed development is an out-of-centre development under SPP 4.2 and needs to satisfy the requirements under clause 7.9G of the Activity Centres policy. In this respect, the proposal needs to demonstrate that it is sufficiently separated from nearby activity centres to minimise negative impacts. As demonstrated in my submission and presentation, there's concerns that the modelled impact of the proposed development on the existing centre might not be as accurate as it needs to be. And as we've seen, the real world data does show that there can be significant impacts regardless of what the modelling might show. The second criteria is that it needs to be in proximity to existing housing and an average density of 25 dwellings per gross urban zone hectare within 400 metres of the development. The development does not satisfy this requirement. And lastly, the development needs to be accessible to its catchment community by walking, cycling, minimising the need for additional private vehicle trips. Whilst I acknowledge that there are existing pedestrian infrastructure in the surrounding streets, the site is primarily servicing private vehicle trips, being on a major road. The design of the development is giving priority to vehicles with entrances to the mall from the car park side and a direct to boot area on the southern side between the building and the Midland Road footpath. On this basis, the proposal doesn't satisfy the requirements of SPP 4.2 and shouldn't be approved. At the very least, we ask that the application is deferred pending further investigation. Thanks for the time this afternoon. Happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate your deputation. Members, are there questions for Nathan or Sandra? There are no questions today, but I'm sure there will be questions of the applicant. So thank you very much for your deputation.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Our next deputation today is joining us over Zoom, and it's Daniela Merger. Daniela, if you can hear us, we just need you to turn your webcam and audio on.
Okay, not sure why my camera's not. There we go.
We can see you now, thank you.
Good afternoon, thank you, sorry. Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Daniela Merger from Urbanista Town Planning. Today representing the proprietors of the Maida Vale Neighbourhood Centre at 31 Maida Vale Road in Maida Vale. Today we're here to express our concerns and respectfully object to the proposed development at 332 Kalamunda Road, which seeks to establish a second neighbourhood centre just 600 metres away from our client's existing centre. That centre includes an IGA supermarket, medical centre, pharmacy, cafe and other specialty stores. Duplicating these services within such a close proximity poses a significant risk to the viability of this centre. The applicant's own retail sustainability assessment confirms this risk. It acknowledges that the proposed development's primary trade area overlaps with that of the existing centre, and that trade diversion, particularly from the southern catchment, is expected. While the report downplays this impact, it remains a direct challenge to a functioning and strategically planned activity centre. This concern is reinforced by the site's current zoning. It is rural under the MRS and special use under the city's local planning scheme, where currently only a nursery or garden centre is permitted. Importantly, the WAPC has twice refused prior rezoning applications within the past 10 years only to facilitate this development, both times citing insufficient strategic justification. Although the land is now designated or acknowledged as an urban investigation area, that classification signals the need for further investigation and structure planning. No such planning has taken place. We also note the Department of Planning's and Lands and Heritage has recommended approval for this proposal. With respect, we consider this recommendation inconsistent with the department's own previous advice in relation to the rezoning applications and the proper sequencing of planning processes, which was discussed during these meetings. Since the scheme amendments were considered, the zoning context remains unchanged and the strategic basis for approval is unclear. Allowing this application to proceed under the Part 17B pathway risks fragmenting the existing activity centre hierarchy, undermining the existing network and compromising centres already developed in accordance with approved planning instruments. A sound planning system depends on consistency, transparency, and alignment with the strategic intent. This proposal, we say, does not meet those standards. It is premature, it lacks statutory support, and does pose a risk to the continued performance of the Maida Vale Neighbourhood Centre, and as we heard from previous speakers, the surrounding centres in the broader activity centre network. We respectfully request that the Commission today refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela, coming in under 3 minutes today. Very well done. I'll now open to questions from members, and Commissioner Heron has a question.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Daniela, I'm just, and again, you may or may not be able to answer this, in terms of the existing or the current plan, in terms of the activity centre plan for the city, did your owners or did your client undertake representation in relation to that?
No, so when that question was put to Ms. Butterworth, I sort of just had a quick look at the activity centres policy. We were not engaged to make a submission on that on behalf of the owner, but from what I can tell, the application may have been approved, the DAC application to construct the centre, when the activity centres policy was finalised, and perhaps there was but it doesn't kind of seem to align with how it actually planned out. So yeah, it just was at a time when the approval was granted and the activity centres policy was adopted roughly around the same time. So I think there was just a little bit of a misalignment in terms of what actually is constructed there at the moment, because they do refer to it as a local centre in the activity centres policy. However, the structure plan refers this site as a neighbourhood centre. So
thank you.
Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniela, for the presentation, and thank you for following up on that question regarding the activity centre strategy. I'm interested in just, particularly given how close this centre is, so the 600 metres to what is proposed, if you're able to give any insight into the specialty stores that are located at the centre that you're representing, and the extent to which they're fully occupied or leased at the moment.
Yeah, they are fully occupied. The anchor tenants are obviously the IGA and the medical centre. And I think the key concern from our client comes from really the medical centre and the pharmacy, which has been identified on this neighbourhood centre. And as some of you may be aware, there is rules in terms of the distances between pharmacies and where they can go. But you can pick up one licence and move it to another centre. So I think there's a real concern that pharmacy may move, to this centre that's proposed and kind of bring the medical centre along with them. So that's where that lies. So in terms of whether those land uses can coexist, that kind of comes under different legislation, under the Pharmacy Act or whatever, something like that. But yeah, so that's that concern in relation to that. And I guess the IGA, like I said, the anchor tenant is the medical centre, and then the sort of combined with the pharmacy, that's what brings the customers in.
Thank you, that's clear.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Members, any further questions for Daniela? Well, thank you very much for your deputation today.
Thank you.
We have one more verbal deputation for item 4.1 today, and we have Jan Lees and Ian Churchill joining us via Zoom.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the approval of this proposed neighbourhood centre. You have before you a thorough report that covers the relevant planning matters, culminating in a recommendation for approval. I will speak to the planning merits of the project and respectfully request your approval, And I note that Ian Churchill from Macro Plan is online and also available for any potential questions on the retail needs assessment, the net benefit test stemming from the retail competition-based objections that you have just heard.
Daniel, sorry,
yes.
can we just pause you while we get Ian to put his webcam and audio on?
Apologies, is that better?
See you popping up now.
Great.
Just need your webcam on, Ian.
It should be. Sorry, one moment.
You go ahead, Dan, continue on.
Thank you. This centre has the potential to become a community asset and meeting place, conveniently located on a key local intersection. It has been thoughtfully designed with people in mind, with a north-facing courtyard at its core, looking outwards to the golf course and providing outdoor dining opportunities and a safe space for kids to play, as represented in the render, which is on page 171 of your agenda. This proposal embodies contextually responsive design, with a mature jarrah tree being retained within the car park, dozens of trees to be planted throughout, and vegetated drainage retention swales sleeving the car park to the site boundaries. As a result, this provides a net increase in tree canopy coverage. This landscaped informed design is reflective of its place within the city of Kalamunda and the increasing greenery of the locality as the Perth coastal plain gives way to the Darling Scarp. The design of this centre is bespoke and entirely atypical in its distinctive sawtooth roof, as shown by the renders at pages 170 and 173, which show the sense of arrival and upper level activation provided by the gym and medical centre tenancies. This centre will support around 230 direct and indirect jobs in an ongoing capacity upon opening, contributing to local employment opportunities which are much needed in the city of Kalamunda, which currently has one of the lowest self-contained employment percentages of local governments in the Eastern Metropolitan region. This proposal represents the appropriate and productive use of land that has never been developed, having been vacant since it was first cleared of bush over 70 years ago. The city, in its 2021 Activity Centres strategy, identifies the potential for a retail centre at this site, thereby representing a clear, orderly and proper planning approach, noting that the Activity Centres strategy is a comprehensive, forward-looking document that addresses the strategic needs of the city of Kalamunda. The opportunity for this site to make a positive contribution to its surroundings has been held back by the rural zoning of the MRS and the entirely restrictive garden centre nursery zoning of the local scheme. This proposal epitomises why the Part 17 pathway was established, to enable consideration of a context-responsive, site-specific development proposal that will contribute real and ongoing employment opportunities with positive community-focused outcomes that the current planning framework has yet to realise. So in closing, as per the officer recommendation and with the addition of liquor store small to condition 6, I would respectfully request your approval today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Emma Cole, Chair speaking. I don't know, Ian, if you would like to address any of the comments that you have hopefully heard during deputations from some of the other centres and some of the concerns that they have about out of centre development. We've heard a range of views from representatives of the surrounding centres and touching on your report in particular, which did require a correction. I think there's still some comments there that have been put forward by both Amanda Butterworth and Nathan Stewart in particular in terms of the macro report. And Daniela Merger has spoken about the concern from the Maida Vale Neighbourhood Centre, in particular the medical centre and pharmacy.
Yes, so probably the first thing just to reconfirm, and it was commented a little while ago, there was a change made. There was found to be a small printing error in the column that estimated the 2027 with development sales, and rightly so, it was pointed out that with the development, the estimation was that sales would increase for all centres, whereas it actually should decrease. That is the change that has been made, and importantly from our side is that column was in error in printing only, and all of the impacts as it relates to percentage impacts, decline in sales were unchanged, because as I say, it was that one column in isolation that was just printed incorrectly. So our view of that change is the same as it was. So our recommendations around the size of the impacts and how they relate to each other are unchanged. So that's probably something quite important just to note. As we say, there were a few comments earlier on. In terms of comments to some of the other objections, I'll try and be as quick as I can. There were a couple of comparisons to examples where the introduction of a new supermarket centre had been to the detriment of an existing one. We didn't conduct current analysis of those two examples that were given, three, sorry. What our view is that we wouldn't recommend using these comparisons to make a unilateral conclusion and infer a similar experience in this case, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the specific reasons that the case study supermarket and or specialty stores suffered or were closed could potentially be attributed to something that didn't relate to the new centre, the new development. And at this point, as I say, we didn't conduct the analysis, so we can't know that. We just cautioned against making the correlation that the introduction of that centre was the cause of these issues. Additionally, the case studies and the analysis that were referred to, which suggested the impacts were underestimated, they are quite old. The documents are quite old. What we've seen in more recent years is there has been quite a large uplift in supermarket turnover nationally, and that's due to, as someone mentioned earlier, price increases, so inflation, but also upward demand from consumers, changing habits and that sort of thing. COVID's obviously had a massive impact. What we've seen in some cases is supermarkets across the country have in a lot of cases seen significant increases in turnovers. The point that I'm making there is that it is quite likely that supermarkets today, as opposed to the case studies, are much more resilient than they were. There were a couple of comments that related to sales diversions from centres in Midland and some changes between the 2021 report that we submitted and a subsequent update. Our comment there, the objection there suggested that then our report was called into question because of these differences. Our view is that all updated analysis does consider several factors. This includes previous assumptions, as was cited in the objection, but also importantly changes in population, demographics, competitive landscape, and a lot of other factors that we consider. Our view is that it's inappropriate to attribute the report's changes to a lack of robustness in either the former report or the updated. One example I would give is that the trade area in our updated report was amended to better reflect the latest available data between those 3 years that they were created, and our view of consumer movements and spending habits and how they've changed. What we believe is that it's unreasonable to expect that between these two reports, there were no other relevant changes between those two years, and that is what would be required to make the claim that was in the objection that, and I'm quoting here, that it calls into question whether the current assessment can be relied on. There was another comment about the increase in trading impacts on the Maida Vale LAC from 3.2% in the 2021 report to 6.1% in the latter report, which is correct. However, this really shouldn't be included as a critique of either of these two reports, and this is due to the things that I've mentioned before, the changes that we look at when we update reports, especially across a significant period of time. And also that in 2021, the centre was proposed. In 2024, it was operating, meaning we obviously go back and look at what tenants have actually opened in the centre and what other changes have happened in the retail landscape. There was a comment made earlier verbally that we did see a similar 6.1% impact to two centres, that being Newburn Road, which is a comparable, and this is quoting Newburn Road, which is a comparable size centre to the Maida Vale Road LAC with an IGA supermarket, but is further away. The statement there was that this is simply not plausible given their relative location differences to the proposed development. From our side, unfortunately, that's really not a correct interpretation of the modelling. Both centres are estimated to experience a 6.1% decline in sales, despite being different locations with respect to the subject site. But within that, the loss in sales, in total sales that we estimated, and the attribution of the total impact that we're assigning from this subject site, they do differ between those two sites. Now, in relation to the proximity of each being argued, while it does vary for specific residents, generally our view from looking at the locations and the residents and access to the subject site, it is our view that it is easier for some of the residents that are closer to Newburn Road to travel across the main road to the subject site by making a left turn than it is for those that are closer to Maida Vale, which is obviously closer to the subject site. This is the point I'm making there is that this is what's generated what was noted in the objection, a higher than you might expect impact to the further away centre. So that's the comment we're making there.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. I can see that we have commissioners with their hands up, so I'll go to Commissioner Hall, and I think Commissioner Heron also has his hand up, so if you could go after Commissioner Hall, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think my question might be more for Dan Lees. Look, the current planning framework says it's a garden centre and a nursery. How come that's not being built?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hall. It hasn't been built because there's no demand for that particular use and development outcome on this site, and there hasn't been since the site was first cleared from its original bush. So I referred to in my deputation that this site has been was cleared in the 1950s. It has sat vacant for 70 years. I don't know why it was zoned special use garden centre nursery and what was behind that, but for whatever reason, that envisaged outcome has never been developed. So there must have been someone proposing that at a point in time. It's a very restrictive zoning in that it's a special use zone, so it really doesn't allow for any other land use to even be contemplated. So I can only suggest that there has not been demand or an economically viable case for a nursery or garden centre to be developed here. There's a fantastic nursery around the corner up the road. So yeah, I think it's economics pure and simple, and I just think land will become and is becoming increasingly scarce. This is also about making best productive use of land as a resource within the metropolitan area, despite this land being zoned rural under the Metro Region scheme. This is not a rural setting. The subject site is surrounded by urban zoned land. When you look at the MRS more broadly, metropolitan Perth extends far beyond this site to the east before it peters out before the MRS, the edge of the MRS. So I guess what I'm saying is that this site sits squarely within the metropolitan region of Perth, and it is not rural, and it ought to be developed with a a contextually appropriate outcome here, which is what we have before us.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Dan.
I just had one more follow-up if I may, Chair.
Of course, go ahead.
Thanks. The officer's report recommends approval with conditions, including the first condition being a commencement period of 36 months. What's the timeline look like for delivery?
The advice I have had from Woolworths is that they are keen to get on with this as soon as possible. So 36 months is appropriate. We're very comfortable with that, subject to an approval being granted today. I expect this would be acted upon.
Happy to go on now to Commissioner Heron. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a few questions. One is, and I'm not quite sure whether this is for Ian or for Dan, but the specific notion about the pharmacy issue and the pharmacy separation, if that's able to be touched on. I also wanted to confirm whether, I know that there had been an item that the Water Corp had brought into question in terms of sewage capacity, and just wanted to confirm that that had been resolved. And finally, Dan, if you're able to talk to, I mean, obviously, when you talk about the contextual setting of this site, the golf course is an integral part of that and its potential future. Are you able to talk to the anticipated process and timing intended for that?
Sure. I'll start with the third part of your question first, if I may. I mean, through this process, this has really enabled consideration of the broader matters that have been identified in the sub-regional planning framework, which, you know, this particular urban investigation or previous planning investigation area applies to both the golf course and this subject site. Notwithstanding, and it's clearly made out in the officer's report, this land is owned in freehold by Active Foundation with no restrictions on title. The golf course is entirely different in that it's held as a Crown grant in trust for a specified purpose. I cannot speak to the destiny of the golf course and what may or may not happen there. There's clearly hoops to jump through or things to be untangled there if there is going to be contemplation of the golf course being repurposed for the uses or the potential needs that have been identified for exploration, being residential, being regional recreation and sporting facilities, and secondary schooling opportunities. Through the process, we have had the opportunity to sketch out, you know, what is one master plan option, which is on page 252 of your agenda. And really the purpose of this was to show how this subject site could be developed without prejudicing what may or what may not happen on the golf course. Whilst these sites abut one another, the golf course is vast, and there's a multitude of land use and development outcomes that could occur for the golf course. And, you know, the one option that we have put forward on page 252 demonstrates how those matters of the planning investigation area can be addressed. You know, this centre really does benefit from the outlook onto the golf course, and that's why we feel it's appropriate for this development to be brought forward now without prejudicing future planning for the golf course.
Move to the other two questions posed. That would be welcome. Thank you.
Look, I cannot speak to the pharmacy separation question, your first question. That really is a matter for a potential operator to pursue the necessary approvals they need from the Act that regulates the proximity of pharmacies. And if you could please remind me of your second question.
Just wanting to confirm that the issue of sewage connection has been resolved with the Water Corporation?
Yes, so there are options in place whereby sewage could be connected across Kalamunda Road. Our client had previously explored an option of obtaining an easement from one of the residential properties on the other side of the road to bring the sewerage across. Alternatively, it could be extended from this side of Kalamunda Road, which is a far greater distance, but yeah, there are no fatal flaws in terms of sewage servicing from the Water Corp perspective.
Thank you. And sorry, through the chair, just one follow-up. And Dan, although appreciating the tenure differentiation between this site and the golf course, can you accept that without resolution on one part, that this could be seen as being a development on the edge of a locality as opposed to in the centre of, in relation to, could you see that it would be ideal that you would be looking at this contextually as a whole as opposed to in part?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think through the master plan that was prepared, that's provided that opportunity to consider how the development of this site might inform or guide some design options for the golf course. And yes, it very much sits at the southern extent of the urban investigation area rather than being situated in the centre. And I think that would be would be in a different situation here if this site were located right in the centre of the urban investigation area. I think that would have a far greater, I guess, potential impact or influence in terms of what then happens on the surrounding land.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also, Dan, just to pick up again on some of the comments made from other deputies, we did have Mike Wakefield attend with traffic concerns, and we've also had a written deputation from Maida Vale Primary School Board Chair who's raised similar issues about traffic and safety measures. Would you like to comment on traffic?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair Cole. There have been 3 separate traffic consultants who have worked on and reviewed this project since its inception. John Riley, then Transcore, and then there has also been a road safety audit undertaken by Shawmac. In addition to that, there's also been obviously the assessment undertaken by the transport team within DPLH, the transport team at the City of Kalamunda, and Main Roads. There have not been any fatal flaws identified in any of those reviews or assessments. There have been some localised upgrades, deceleration lanes and intersection upgrades identified as required by all 3 consultants. So it is acknowledged that there will need to be some localised upgrades and improvements to intersections and the local road network to support this development, which is entirely typical and has been acknowledged and as part of the recommended conditions of approval. Those upgrades will need to be done before the centre can operate. So in simple terms, traffic has been assessed in detail. It has been assessed thoroughly. There are no critical safety issues that have been identified that can not otherwise be addressed via the conditions and the recommendations of the traffic professionals.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there any remaining questions, members? Okay, thank you very much for your deputation today, Dan and Ian.
Thank you.
Members, just noting that we have also received 5 written deputations on this item from residents, Cygnet West, Banksia Tourist Park and the Maida Vale Primary School Board Chair. So that concludes deputations for today. Noting those written deputations have formed part of our agenda and have been made available. So we will now go to Lee Parker, who will present the key issues in relation to item 4.1. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Chair. The application before the Commission is to determine the the development of a neighbourhood shopping centre at Lot 801, number 332, Kalamunda Road, Maidavale, which has been lodged under Part 17, Planning and Development. What the Commission has before it today is to decide whether the proposal and current design is appropriate and adequately addresses matters raised during the technical assessment of the proposal, design review, and public and stakeholder consultation. While the Commission may not be bound by the requirements of the local planning framework in accordance with Part 17 of the Act, it must have due regard to the submissions received during consultation and the matters set out in Section 275, subsection 6 of the Act in relation to the purpose and intent of any applicable planning scheme, orderly and proper planning, preservation of amenity, the need to facilitate development and response to the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and any relevant state planning policies or policies of the Commission. Public and stakeholder consultation was undertaken in accordance with the established Part 17 process, and the full content of submissions have been made available to Commission members, so they are not relying solely on the summary outlined in the Department's report and is contained within attachment 4 to the item within the published agenda.
Lee, thank you. I think it might be best at this point if we go to some of the issues raised through deputation, if you don't mind. I think some of this information we're very across and really appreciate the fact that you're summarising for us. But I think that if we perhaps focus our time on some of the key issues, I think that perhaps you could talk to us a little bit first about the update to the Retail Needs Assessment Net Benefit Test, which has been included at attachment 13, and some of the steps that have been taken around that.
Sure. Through the Chair, thank you. The identification of the errors in applicants' retail needs assessment at this late stage, whilst unfortunate, it is noted that in relation to this aspect, it is noted that Department's assessment has focused on the impacts on the viability of surrounding centres as expressed in percentage terms, given this is how the viability impacts are considered under SPP 4.2, and to consider whether such impacts are minor or moderate, and therefore the reasonable bounds of competition. As noted by the applicant's consultant, the modelled impacts have not changed, notwithstanding the errors contained in Table 4.5 of the superseded version of the report, and the conclusions contained in the amended document remain consistent with those contained within the previous iteration. The agenda has been updated to make reference to this matter and includes publication of the amended retail needs assessment at attachment 17. The local government and deputies have also been informed of the updated agenda publication in advance of today's meeting. The applicant's technical consultant, as we have seen today, has also made themselves available and provided a response to the concerns raised by Commission members in relation to this matter. The Department considers that the conclusions of the applicant's retail needs assessment / net benefit test as amended may be reasonably relied upon to inform the assessment of the proposal and its consideration for determination by the Commission today. Consideration of this matter by the Department has not resulted in any significant change to the Department's overall assessment or recommendation in relation to the proposal. Accordingly, no change to the Department's recommendation for approval or recommended conditions and advice notes are proposed as a result of this matter. An alternate recommendation has been prepared to clarify in the preamble of the recommended decision of the Commission that regard has been given to the additional amended technical report submitted by the applicant. The amended recommendation also addresses a request from the applicant to amend condition 6 to include the land use of use not listed, open bracket, liquor store small, close bracket, and to update advice note L in relation to a request from the Public Transport Authority that an alternate PTA email address be referenced in that advice.
Lee, thank you. I just want to thank you for your really comprehensive response to the update to the retail needs assessment today and the steps that you went to inform and to review any impact. So thank you very much for that. Would you like to make any comments in relation to the deputations that we've heard in terms of the losing my words here, out of centre development in relation to the concerns raised by 3 of the deputies today? Is there any comments that you would like to make in relation to that? I know that the report does go to this in some detail, and your report does note that there is a small to moderate impact. So the moderate impact has been taken into consideration.
Yes, Chair, that impact has been taken into account in the department's assessment. We are, well, the department is satisfied overall that the proposal is generally in strategic alignment with the intended or future likely development of the subject site, inclusive of what may occur potentially with regard to the adjacent golf course. And we are not of the view that the Commission's approval of the proposal on this site would compromise the intended outcome or considerations that need to be taken into account for the development of that way.
Thank you, Lee. And are there any other matters that you wish to specifically address before we open to questions?
I would probably just touch upon some of the additional amenity concerns which have been raised in deputations today, both written and oral, in relation to traffic and road safety, light impacts and noise. It is considered that these matters are capable of being appropriately addressed through the recommended conditions, noting in particular recommended conditions 8, 10 and 28, which speak to these matters. The design of the development does include the provision of a new pedestrian path along the Midland Road boundary of the site to connect the pedestrian path network, and recommended condition 28 also requires the required road and intersection improvement upgrades to address the needs and likely demand for improved pedestrian infrastructure, including pedestrian crossings, should the Commission grant approval.
Thank you very much, Lee. And also would like to acknowledge that you are also joined by Anthony today. So thank you both for being here. I'm now open to questions from members, and I can see that Commissioner Heron has his hand up.
Thank you, through the chair. I just, and again, thank you for both the report and the update. Specifically, there is reference in the report about the potential impact on High Wycombe South District Centre, that future district centre. And I just wanted to get confirmation from you that the view is that the current proposal would not unduly impact the future viability of that future district centre associated with the rail station precinct.
Yes, through the chair, the department's view is that this proposal would not undermine the viability of that centre.
Thank you. Further to that, through the chair, if I could confirm, so there were obviously statements made around impact to centres being in the moderate range, and that my understanding is that under the SPP, obviously there's from a minor through to major, but that moderate is a classification of impact that can be considered and would be aligned with the underlying intent of SPP 4.2, from your opinion?
Through the chair, yes, that is the case. The term moderate is used interchangeably with medium. I think the specified term is medium in SPP 4.2, but that is our view.
Thank you. Further to that, through the chair, and because obviously the reference about out of centre development is understood contextually. Obviously, although not a nominated centre, the fact that the site is identified in the activity centre framework for the city of Kalamunda, would there be a basis or an argument that this could actually be considered as a new centre as opposed to an out of centre development?
Through the chair, yes, when making specific reference to the more detailed adopted framework of the city, that argument could be made that it's not an out of centre development under that local strategy. Thank you.
And finally, just in relation to, I mean, I'm assuming as part of the process that the internal dialogue would have covered off on the fact that obviously there were previous requests to rezone this site to urban which weren't supported. Has there been a change in context, or is it that the proposal before us is in a different setting than those previous requests, in terms of that difference of opinion, so we can be clear as to why those previous requests might have been refused?
Through the chair, at the time of those earlier MRS amendments, it's noted that those were proposed or considered prior to the adoption of SPP 7.2, as well as the current version of SPP 4.2. So the strategic planning framework has shifted since that time, and there is a greater emphasis on precinct planning and planning for activity centres in general, which is understood is driving the city's position in relation to the proposal currently. I understand at the time of those MRS amendments, seeking to amend the MRS zoning from rural to urban, the city at that stage was supportive of the change, but that was within the policy context existing at that time.
Thank you.
Useful. Thank you, members. Any further questions for Lee and Anthony? Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you for the presentation and appreciate the report. I'm interested, just following on from Ray's comments around the strategic planning framework for the site and identification in the activity centres strategy was advertised in 2020 and then adopted in 2021. It seems that the city's received consent to proceed to prepare a local planning strategy in that time. We've unfortunately not had the benefit of the city being able to make a deputation today. Are you able to provide any other information around the time frame for the city to prepare a local planning strategy and subsequent scheme?
Yeah, the city is still in the early phases of developing an engagement strategy to inform the preparation of firstly the strategy and ultimately the new scheme. The timeline for finalisation of that would be potentially, I would estimate would be at least 18 months to 2 years to work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you very much, Lee and Anthony.
Commissioner Hall's right.
Commissioner Hall, sorry, I think because you've got a white background, it's quite hard to see the yellow hand. So apologies, I'm not keeping pace with you. Please go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. The hand did go up and down and then back up again. My question is, the current zoning under the local scheme and MRS, is that considered to be outdated or no longer appropriate?
Through the chair, I mean, there was a question raised earlier in relation as to why the special use zone and the restricted use of the site for a garden centre on nursery was originally proposed, or what that initial intent was. The department's understanding is that the intent was that this particular site could be developed as a commercial horticultural venture or retail garden centre in association with the Hillview Golf Course, but that relationship or demand for that has.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Anything further? Okay, thank you very much, Lee and Anthony. We appreciate your time and efforts in relation to this item, and we'll now move to consider the item before us. So it is the Part 17 development application for the proposed neighbourhood shopping centre development at lot 801 Kalamunda Road in Maida Vale. And I will now look to commissioners for a mover and seconder for the, I would suggest the alternate recommendation, which has been updated with the wording in the preamble having regard to the applicant's amended retail needs assessment / net benefit test as contained in attachment 13, and with the addition of wording at condition 6 to include the use not listed liquor store small, and with the amendment to the advice note to correct an email address for WAPC referrals. So is there a mover? Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. And seconder, Commissioner Hall, is your hand up? Thank you very much. Commissioner Bennett, do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I do acknowledge the deputations made today and the concerns raised by surrounding centres and recognise the detail that's gone into those submissions. The key for me in relation to this centre is the status of the activity centres strategy and the retail needs assessment. I do acknowledge that this application relies on us exercising discretion under Part 17 of the Act, and I'm comfortable in the exercise of this discretion. Ideally, this strategic planning framework for this centre would have been resolved through a local planning strategy and a future local planning scheme. However, we've heard today the length of time that could be taken to achieve that strategic planning outcome, and given the work that's been done to date around the activity centre strategy and the retail needs assessment, I'm comfortable we have sufficient information to be able to consider the proposal in this context. I do note the concerns that were being raised by the deputants around the retail needs assessment. However, I am comfortable with the applicant's response, and I've received and reviewed the updated information and also the DPLH's assessment being consistent with the SPP and the impacts being moderate or medium. I recognise the city's comments regarding a structure plan for the site and desire for a structure plan. However, I acknowledge that given the uncertainty, and that was explored through the questions from Commissioner Heron, the uncertainty around the future development of the golf course estate and also the location of this centre at the very edge on the southern boundary, means that I feel comfortable being able to consider the matters that could be dealt with through a structure plan as part of a comprehensive development application for the site. So on balance, based on this information and the information presented today, I'm comfortable to support the application.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Hall, do you wish to make any comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I support the movers' comments. Very well said. I'd just like to add, I think the process has been very robust. The report's been comprehensive. I've had due regard to all of the matters that have inputted into this process. And some of the key concerns that have been raised through the deputations today and through the submissions have been addressed, such as the traffic, which was a key issue. The planning framework hasn't kept pace, and the Part 17 is an excellent initiative that shows that we can still move forward with development, meeting community needs of today. So, look, I support the application as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hall. Do other members wish to make any comment? Look, I'll just add to the excellent comments by Commissioner Bennett and Hall, just to probably state that I think when we look at the activity centre strategy, there is a clear intent and that the site is noted to be appropriate for a potential neighbourhood centre of up to 500 square metres of retail floor space, and what we're being presented does meet that intent. Whilst the strategy is dated and due for renewal, it's interesting to note that the Calamunda's planning strategy does reference the need for an activity centre in the northern part of Maida Vale. I think it's also important just to reflect on some of the planning investigation areas for urban development that are happening in the area around Maida Vale South, Forestfield North, High Wycombe, and of course the golf course. We are going to be looking at what urban growth does happen in the area. So I think these are all key factors. I think we've explored in detail today through deputations, which I have appreciated hearing from other centres and their representatives today, but as well in terms of macro plan, in some of the response to that, which has been very detailed today. There is an acknowledgement that some impacts are moderate, but the department's advice and position is that that is reasonable and within the bounds of competition and unlikely to threaten viability. I think it's also just important to note that the replacement of the retail needs assessment and net benefit test that's been sufficiently aired. It has been corrected and the impact has been found to be of no material effect on the assessment, and that the Commission has been provided with the amended report, and the technical study has been part of the Commission's consideration in making its determination today. So on the grounds that discussed, I'm happy to support the application. Any further comments? Any dissent? Item is carried. Thank you, members, and thank you very much, Lee and Anthony, for your report. Members, I just see whether there's a request for a 5-minute break before we continue to the second item for the day. Yes, we'll just have a quick 5-minute break and we'll reconvene to consider item 7.1 deputations. Thanks, members.
I will depart if you don't mind, given I'm conflicted on the next item.
Thank you.
Paul and Helen.
Welcome back, Commissioners. So just for this session, we're now moving on to item 7.1. We have Commissioners Lakey, Adair and Brooks online. We have myself and Commissioner Bennett and Sandra Person. So we are at deputations and I'll hand over to Amy. Thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you. I welcome everyone that is present in order to make a deputation today, either in person or online via Zoom. You will be invited to join the table or be promoted to a panellist on Zoom to deliver your deputation. You've been advised of your allocated time, which will be managed by a timer on the screen. If you have a PowerPoint presentation, this will be displayed on the screen throughout your deputation, and you are requested to advise as you wish to advance the slides. The following deputations are on item 7.1, Part 17 Development Application, Vanadium Processing Facility, lots 40 and 41, Geraldton, Mount Magnet Road, Tinindua, for determination. Our first deputation is from Sorrell and Brad Smith from Nola Downs Farming Co. We'll just promote you to panellist. We can see you.
Oh, you can see me. Okay. I can't see you. I don't know. Not sure what's happened, but anyway.
We can see and hear you.
Okay, great. I'll make a start then. Good afternoon and thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. Our position as the closest impacted landholder neighbouring this proposal, we don't support the development application and request that the WAPC refuse the application as per attachment 11 with our further responses for the committee's consideration. We sincerely request that the committee do not depart from an established planning framework when such decisions will cause adverse economic and lifestyle outcomes. Such frameworks are intended to provide for orderly and proper planning and provide security to us living and operating our business in this rural area. Our family and business have become the unfortunate third party to this proposal. The adverse impacts on us are significantly disproportionate to those experienced by any other landholder and the broader community. And while AVL purports to minimise the impact on us, such platitudes do not eliminate it. For example, AVL's reported commitment to engagement and consultation means very little when there is nothing that requires them to take any action on what they've been consulted on. Our response to the report, amenity. With respect to amenity, our personal amenity impact was not considered for the reported various locations and layouts when deciding upon the final location of the proposal. Noise. The noise impact shows that we'll be impacted by unmitigable and excessive levels of day and night noise of construction and operations. And this is unacceptable and we should not be expected to endure it. It creates conflict and encroachment and does not support SPP 4.1 industrial interface. The restrictions in the recommended approval conditions do not go far enough to enable us to maintain the livability on our property, where we have the right to continue to enjoy living and working. In our rural setting and context, we do not experience excessive, sustained or high frequency noise at our home or business, and we should not expect to have to endure this noise at any time. The adverse impacts to our health should be of primary concern rather than the opinion of DWER as to what we would likely find as acceptable. The report states that AVL has advised that it's not feasible to start and shut down the facility each day. It can then be assumed they are also unable to comply with the regulations and approval conditions on noise management. There are also challenges reported in monitoring compliance for noise regulations in this location. Visual. With respect to visual amenity, the VIA in this report is inadequate to assess the impact on us. If the proposal is approved and condition 14A is imposed, an appropriate VIA is important to ensure external lighting, which is sympathetic to nearby dwellings, can be done correctly, along with the landscaping strategy on screening. In addition, the solar array bank has been placed in direct line of our home and will create glare as it tracks west with the sun, which is unacceptable. Traffic and vehicle access. The increased traffic and planned upgrades to Orangi Springs Road and intersection will cause us access issues and delays when moving our oversized agricultural machinery year round. The reason for this is that the road and intersection is the only route available to and from our northern property. We asked the CEO to reconsider the use of this road and to have all AVL traffic enter and exit via the Gelton Mount Magnet Road. The CEO's response was that it would be considered, but there is no commitment to it in this report. State planning policies and policies of the Commission, State Planning Policy 2.5. In reference to SPP 2.5, note that the report refers to the impact on the proposal of our ISCC certification. DPIRD has commented on the ISCC's definition of a water body. As far as we are aware, DPIRD are not ISCC specialists or the certification body to consult with in order to correctly interpret our compliance needs. In January, we received a determination from an ISCC compliance specialist who considered the stormwater pond as a water body for ISCC purposes. And given this advice and the impacts of this on our business, the comments from DPIRD are wrong, and I've sent also 3 attachments for you to look at. Further, our ISCC compliance is affected as the temporary construction camp is located within 500 metres of our crops and designated as a populated area. Mr. Arvidson, the AVL CEO, is aware of these 2 issues, and we anticipated these changes would be made. However, they have not been included in the report. In addition, our operations require the ability to undertake aerial spraying at certain times, and the location of a non-ag operation next to our business will mean that in addition to the usual restrictions caused by prevailing weather and availability of contractors, our spraying activities may also be restricted due to the presence of personnel at the AVL site. As to be expected, delays result in reduction in yield and income. State Planning Policy 4.1. With respect to buffer zones under SPP 4.1, determining that off-site buffers meet the separation distance for the EPA's guidance is not appropriate. Such generic distances should not be used, as generic distances don't take into considerations the particular circumstances of processing vanadium so close to our home and business infrastructure. Buffer zones don't consider the cumulative impacts of a vanadium processing plant next door, and the air quality assessment study only provides indications on the level of impact and provides no certainty for humans within close proximity. Our land is used as the required buffers on the north and west sides of the vanadium plant, as there is not enough land to provide for the buffers within the cadastral boundaries of the proposed lot. The use of our land as a buffer zone for AVL violates our private property rights. It's unacceptable that our land be restricted under the imposed off-site buffer, as this may also impact our land to valuation ratio on financing and the future growth of our business. The observation in the report that the development potential on our property is not unreasonably fettered, we feel is naive and wrong. The report seems to propose we have other options, the same is applicable to AVL. AVL has the option to relocate its plant to a site more suitable for vanadium processing. Just because this particular site brings economic benefit for AVL, it does not mean it's appropriate for neighbours or the broader community. Some recommendations. If the proposal is approved, we request the following conditions are included in the recommendations. 1, the site plan be updated to show the stormwater pond and construction camp is situated 500 metres from our crop boundary for our ISCC compliance and to meet 12A of the approval conditions. 2, Orangi Springs Road be removed from the development proposal to reflect the significance of this road for our business operations. And if the WAPC doesn't wish to impose the request at point 2, we request the following. A traffic impact statement for Orangi Springs Road. The report be amended to state that the sealing and design of Orangi Springs Road and intersection is to also accommodate the transport of oversized ag machinery. The approval condition be added to state that the construction management plan and road upgrades are to be sympathetic to the usage requirements of nearby landowners. We have input around the design plans to Orangi Springs Road and intersection upgrades. We have input to the construction management plan with regard to any use of and upgrade of the Orangi Springs Road and intersection, and further restrictions on the days and hours of construction and operations to include no construction on public holidays, no operation on public holidays or Sundays, that the term daylight hours of operation at point 12A2 be removed and prescribed. Earlier sunrises and late sunsets over summer and its transition will contribute to longer periods of impact on us from high noise generating activity. The phrase at 12A2 in the approval conditions where possible be removed. It's ambiguous and allows scope to push the boundaries on conditions put in place. That our consent isn't given for landscaping on our property for the landscaping strategy or other processes to improve our visual amenity. The VIA is updated for the WAPC using methods that are according to the WAPC manual and acceptable guidelines, and a copy for us, please. The lighting strategy be reported to be updated. The lighting strategy report be updated when the VIA is updated, so our visual amenity impact information can be considered. And lastly, an alternate location be considered for the solar array bank. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Narelle and Brad. It's Emma Cole here, Chair. Appreciate you making your deputation today. You have been clear in terms of your position and some amendments to conditions that you're seeking should the development be entertained by the Commission. I will now open up for questions from members. Members, are there any questions of the Smiths? Go ahead, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Narelle, for the deputation and also the summary that you provided upon the correct request. It's very clear and appreciate you setting it out so concisely. I've not had the benefit of being able to go to your property and see the business that you and the building that you operate from in your homestead. Can you just explain a little bit about the orientation of the building, how you use the building that's in closest proximity to the processing facility?
Well, the buildings that are closest is our large work shed and chemical shed, which are brand new, built since Cyclone Seroja. So we've put a few $1 million worth of investment into that. But the home that is closest is our home, our living area and our kitchen, our fresco, backyard. It all faces east, which is towards the plant site.
Southeast direction from the house. So the next property, the next house that we're going to propose build for our son is going to be just sort of 500 metres up the road here, and we wanted to put it right underneath the power line, which the more north you go from the landscape here, you just see more and more of the proposed plant.
So the amenity becomes worse. The higher, the further north we go, our options are limited for peaceful living, really.
Sure, thank you. You made some comments around the visual landscape assessment. Do you want to make any comments? And you also referenced to the landscaping that was proposed. Do you want to make any comments regarding the landscape that's been proposed and the treatment by the proponent?
Well, at the plan that we know of, have just put a row of trees somewhere just on Orangi Springs Road. I don't think that's going to be effective. We feel that it needs to be
closer to the plant.
Yeah, trees or screening needs to be set closer to the plant to be effective. And it's going to take so long. 20 years for something to grow to be of any benefit for our amenity? It's almost pointless exercise, really.
So I think the structure, the plant structure needs to be, it'd have to be planted around the plant within, so I don't know, 50, 100 metres of the plant, so that when we look from here, in time, I guess, but I guess you could plant all sorts of wattles and hedges and stuff to try and, cover up some of that visual, but it would be a lot more effective there. Orangi Springs Road runs straight downhill from straight east of the property here.
I guess the VIA has been described in the report as not being conducted according to methods and guidelines, and so I have concerns that perhaps it's, we've been described as having low to moderate impact on our amenity, but if it was done within a certain way, it perhaps might be worse. It might change, and it would take a completely different strategy or a different turn of events with a decision from you. I don't see how I don't see how the impact on our amenity is going to be any better for us. It's clearly been positioned to improve the amenity of the current landowner. I get that, but it's been pushed so far to our boundary. It just impacts us, and we're the only ones that it has impact for.
Thank you. Just my final question. So I'm interested in the engagement that you've had with the applicant, VLA, over the time that the application's been prepared and then subsequent to lodgement. Have you had direct engagement with them?
Prior to lodgement, we had one meeting in person. That was with the previous CEO and whoever else was there, I can't remember, where they took our what was discussed as some level of support, which was completely not true. We had very minimal information to voice any specific concerns over, and nothing was followed up after that. We never heard anything. We made a couple of phone calls, I think, at some point, trying to get some information about amenity. Nothing came of that. And then we found we had notification from the DPLH that the submission, the development application had been lodged. After that point, we had a meeting face-to-face August 24, and there's been emails coming and going, nothing really substantive in that, being quite tardy, withholding information. Actually, in fact, I just got my last one 2 days ago, just as a bit of a getting the ducks in a line type of style, with nothing really committed there either. In fact, the information I wanted, I found out from the report. He wasn't prepared to disclose anything much, so it was kind of useless. Just lots of confirmations that we're thinking about it and it's being considered, but as I found out, things that I've talked about over the past 11 months hasn't been brought to the attention of the DPLH. You don't know anything about it, and so hence here I am letting you know about it now, because consultation doesn't seem to mean much with developers by the sound of it.
Thank you very much, Narelle. I really appreciate your insights.
Thank you, members. Yes, Commissioner Sandry.
Thank you, and thank you for your deputation. Just through the chair, in your deputation, you've outlined the ISCC compliance requirements in terms of your crops. Can you just step through what parts of this development are of concern in relation to your business?
So it's to do with the site plan and the layout. So the stormwater pond in its current location, and the temporary construction camp in its current location, that they are both within 500 metres of our crop boundary. And for our RCC certification, they need to be moved more than minimum 500 metres away from our crop boundary for us to remain compliant with ISCC.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so they're the only two elements that would impact your ISCC certification?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members? Narelle and Brad, just to let you know, we have had some contact with the applicant on modification to conditions, and where there's been requests made, there has been a note of concern in relation to the temporary workers accommodation and stormwater catchment body location. So we will come to that when we deal with the item. So members, is there anything further for Mr. and Mrs. Smith before we move to the next deputation? No, but thank you very much. We do appreciate, we've had the benefit of your written submission in advance as well, so that's been very helpful. So thank you very much for your deputation today, and thank you for allowing myself and Commissioner Sandry to visit your property to assess the view impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next deputation is by Phil Gorey, Amy Vazelo, and they're joining us at the table.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Myself and Amy Vazelo here. We've got a presentation there. A couple of comments. I'm one of the Deputy Director Generals at the Department of Energy and Economic Diversification, formerly known as Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science and Innovation. Our role within the West Australian Government is to provide advice to the government on the economic development of the state and the policies that the government may adopt, and also to deliver certain programs, particularly around diversification of the economy. What I'll touch on today is the economic and policy context that the WAPC may wish to consider in its core discretionary powers. Next slide, please. A couple of points I do want to leave the members with. The first is around that the broad vanadium sector is identified as a key sector under the existing government's economic development strategies. The government has a number of defined strategies. The one just on the left there you'll see, which is around diversification, Diversified WA. It is the state's economic diversification strategy. It identifies critical minerals and critical minerals processing as a particular target industry that the government has identified to diversify the economy in the medium to longer term. The government also has a battery and mineral strategy, which is targeted particularly around diversification and growth of that industry. The vanadium sector and processing is identified as a key sector as well within critical minerals, both as a diversification for the state's resource sector, but also more recently with the new government, its announcements around the use of and the activation of manufacturing of vanadium redox flow batteries within Western Australia to deliver on its decarbonisation objectives of the network, but also to support its advanced manufacturing objectives. So next, I might just progress to the next slide, if I may. Vanadium redox flow batteries are a technology that has been identified as having a particular application in Western Australia in the decarbonisation of its energy network, alongside both renewable generation and other static storage technologies. So you will see there the context for battery manufacturing and downstream processing, which vanadium and vanadium pentoxide generation particularly plays into. And the last point I'll perhaps say in the context of that, a role of Department of Energy and Economic Diversification is to support and facilitate projects of significance. This project that's in front of the WAPC does get support through the Department of Energy and Economic Diversification's lead agency framework in recognition of its strategic value to the state.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your deputation today and that Deed has come forward to talk to us about your views and the priority status of the project. So thank you very much for being here, particularly I think on your second last day with the public service. Congratulations to you. So I will now open up to questions from members. Are there any questions for Deed today? Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you for the deputation and thank you for 4.1 whilst we got down to 7.1. I appreciate the deputation and the materials you provided. I'm interested in terms of the length of time of the approval. So it is open to the Commission to time limit the approval of an application. Has Deed considered the length of time that may be appropriate if the Commission were to time limit this application? And we can ask a similar question to the applicant, but I'm interested in the views of Deed around time limiting.
Do you mean the time over which the application may be?
That's right. So that
the operation may occur.
That's right. The validity of it may be for a period of years.
We haven't considered that in specifics. Probably what I would say is that there are a range of vanadium deposits in Western Australia. It's, as a general sense, it's not unusual for mines to open, operate and close at some point in time. That's a reasonably common thing that happens throughout the sector. There are a number of deposits throughout Western Australia, though, where vanadium is prospective. So in this case, it's talking about a process facility rather than so might be a question you put to the applicants.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'd appreciate that point, and I do understand around the extent of vanadium deposits. And I was in the Pilbara just this week and had discussions with the Development Commission around the extent of vanadium in the Pilbara. The location of this processing facility relative to those deposits, are you able to provide some comments from Deed's perspective about why or why not this is a suitable location for a processing facility?
One of the things we're conscious of, and this will apply to all or most downstream processing, is there is a need for proximity to certain infrastructure. So there will be a need for proximity to, for instance, transport, energy infrastructure. There is a general benefit in a proximity to a workforce. Another role that Deed has is providing advice to government on the development of its strategic industrial areas. Strategic industrial areas tend, and it's applied to both those and to some of the GIAs. They can be quite capital intensive to develop, therefore are prized possessions of the state. Large footprint operations, such as some of these operations, would not always suit strategic industrial areas. So Deed is actually quite supportive of sites away from some of those areas for these types of facilities. So I wouldn't want a sense that there are strategic industrial areas floating around where this could equally sit, because that's probably not the case, particularly in this region.
Sure. So that's a good question. And so it's not a concern to Deed, the distance between this site potential future vanadium deposits?
Not in particular. We have other processes that will be able to transport between sites, and that's not a concern we would raise.
Thank you.
WAPC.
Thanks. That's for me.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. Are there any other questions of Phil or Amy? Thank you very much for your deputation today.
Thank you very much.
Our next deputation, we invite Graham Ardfordson, Michael Tailforth, Trevor Smith, Mike Scott, Neil Stoney, and Belinda Morich to the table. We also have a team available for questions joining us online.
Thank you, Amy. Welcome all to the meeting. We worked our way through another matter today. Over to you for your 20-minute deputation. Thank you very much.
Great, Chair.
15 minutes, my apologies, 15. I'm sure it will make it at least to 20. We'll have questions as well, so don't worry, cover all matters.
Thank you. Thanks, members, for having us today. It's a great privilege to be here. It's also a great privilege to be working on this project. And next slide, please. I thought I could open, and we'll have a series of speakers following me, by explaining in tangible terms what we're trying to do broadly and how this proposal fits into that. So very quickly and in tangible terms, we're seeking to develop opportunities across WA, and we interact with communities every day in that capacity. So we're seeking to develop a mine south of Meekatharra that is comprised of what is at least, we think, a 50-year asset. And I highlight that because we hope this can be an intergenerational opportunity, and playing on the other comment, an economic diversity opportunity in addition to that. So we interact with that community with the hope to build an intergenerational impact there. We're also, which is the topic of today, seeking to build downstream processing capacity near Geraldton and Malawa, and specifically the Tinnindawa location. Just elaborating slightly on why that location is important to us, I would highlight that in addition to being intergenerational, as people, including myself and 4 others who've operated assets like this on the team, we believe that it's also important to come up with the strongest economic base to build a project like this and ultimately then have consistency of operation and longevity. And that does come down to the infrastructure mentioned, that is water, rail, port access, and proximity to the ore body. That is also important. And what the Midwest also has, importantly, is access to people, which is important to us. There is a skilled workforce there. There are companies there that are well known for their capability to innovate and deliver important outcomes to sectors like us. There's also, I think, an important future-looking aspect, which is that the Midwest is a host to what is quite rare in our industry, the ability to decarbonize further as we move along into the future. So if you're going to do not just vanadium, but critical metals processing, there should be a consideration for the fact that the Midwest could potentially be really important in terms of that decarbonization journey. Moving forward, we're also interacting with other areas. So we have an operational electrolyte plant. I'm sharing that because it's important to understand we are already producing the final product that goes in the battery and comprises 50% of the value of the battery going forward. That's in Wangara. Anyone here could come visit us and see how that's done. And I think it's a great illustration of how this supply chain can be unlocked. And Tanindwa is an important part of that in our future to unlock the full supply chain. We've then taken that electrolyte produced locally and we've deployed it in operating batteries in Kununurra with Horizon Power. And I highlight that because, again, it shows the use case of how this supply chain could bring forward economic activity beyond not just the Tanindwa location, but because we're actually creating a homegrown solution. And Horizon Power has publicly said that battery, as an example, has exceeded all expectations. They've intentionally put it into hot climates and operated it intentionally without any cooling units and proven that it's exceeded expectations. That's the supply chain story we're trying to deliver. And our next step, we hope, is to unlock this upstream story, but also to play a big role in projects like the Kalgoorlie battery that the state has put significant intent behind. And we feel should unlock a really great opportunity to address the energy transition through a long duration story made in WA. I think I'll stop there. I didn't skip the slides, maybe just skip to the end. And I'll pass to Michael here.
Thanks, Graham.
Okay. Thank you, Graham. Keep going, please. And
yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Telford. Pleasure of working on this project as the planner for the last 3.5 years. So hopefully we'll get some resolution today. Go to the next slide, please. So AVL, as part of its Australian Vanadium project, proposes a $450 million investment into the Midwest region of the state for this processing facility at Tanindwa. It will create approximately 300 to 400 jobs during construction, and we're talking over 100 jobs or permanent positions once it is actually operational. The workforce can be based in Geraldton and Mullua rather than relying on FIFO arrangements. So this means real lasting employment and economic stimulus for the region. In terms of the site selection process, the Tanindwa site was selected following a comprehensive multi-criteria analysis that evaluated multiple potential locations. So availability of suitably zoned in general industry land was a consideration, but as was mentioned in one of the earlier deputations, there is no appropriate sites that met minimum development standards within this region. As you're probably aware, the City of Greater Geraldton has granted final approval for a scheme amendment number 18, following a comprehensive assessment process that included referral to the EPA and public advertising. This amendment will rezone this property in Tanindwa to general industry, assuming that it goes through, reflecting substantial support for the development from the local government. The draft Midwest Regional Planning Strategy, now in development by DPLH, will replace some of the outdated frameworks from 2015. As outlined in the SDAU report, the strategy identifies the rising demand for industrial land driven by renewable hydrogen and critical. These projects increasingly seek rural locations with existing infrastructure rather than existing general industry zone land, making a shift in regional planning priorities. In addition, we understand that the City of Greater Geraldton is undertaking their own local industrial land strategy that focuses on this corridor between Geraldton and Mullewa. Can I jump to the next slide, please? AVL acknowledges that this proposal will have some amenity implications for the local area. However, amenity is not static, and as I mentioned in the previous slide, the corridor between Geraldton and Mullewa is likely to undergo significant transformation in the coming years. The AVL project should be considered within this evolving context. Nevertheless, AVL recognises that amenity is a key consideration in any development, and from the outset, AVL has proposed measures to manage amenity impacts as effectively as they can. If I jump to the next slide, please. AVL's acoustic specialists have determined that nighttime noise at the nearest sensitive receptor will generally stay below 35 decibels, often closer to 30, which is considered a very low impact level. To support this, AVL is conducting baseline environmental monitoring currently and plans to implement real-time systems during operations. Noise mitigation measures will include quieter equipment, strategic layout adjustments, targeted dampening, and all developed in conjunction with DWR through their works approval process. I need to point out that DWR has also confirmed that compliance is likely to be accepted within the 35 decibel limit. Next slide, please. AVL has used a contemporary methodology developed by the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects for visual assessment, including the provision of photorealistic 3D simulations from multiple viewpoints showing how the proposal sits in the landscape. Two of those photorealistic 3D simulations are on the screen, and I think they're also appended to your agenda papers. To further assist in mitigation, AVL is proposing the use of non-reflective receding colours and is open to further negotiating additional screening with the adjoining landowners where appropriate. I'll jump to the next slide, please. AVL's draft lighting strategy aligns with the dark sky principles and Australian standards to reduce light spill, glare and sky glow. The strategy will continue to be refined as the design advances, striking a balance between safety, operational needs and amenity. The next slide, please. Bushfire management. AVL and bushfire prone planning have prepared a bushfire management plan that aligns with WA policy and guidelines. A comprehensive emergency response plan will always also be prepared, and we'll hear a little bit further about the detail of bushfire planning in a subsequent deputation. Next slide, please. So in closing, this proposal represents a transformative investment in the Midwest, injecting nearly $500 million into the regional economy and unlocking long-term industrial opportunities for the City of Greater Geraldton. It's backed by a thorough analysis, strong local government support and alignment with emerging regional planning strategies. AVL remains committed to refining the design through DWR processes and pathways to ensure that minimal amenity impacts and responsiveness to community expectations are met. We respectfully seek the Commission's endorsement of this significant development. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neil Stoney, and this is Mike Scott from Bushfire Prone Planning. Next slide, please. As you can see, the development proposal is not within bushfire prone area. The initial reporting was prepared under a prior version of the bushfire guidelines. The two subsequent versions of the bushfire guidelines state that a bushfire prone development, not the site, are subject to the SPP. The bushfire reporting includes a bushfire management plan, further submissions following the referral advice from DFES Land Use Planning, and after approval will include certification of compliance. Next slide, please. The planning requirement is for a bushfire management plan to address the bushfire protection criteria. Each element is fully compliant, and for all elements, compliance is exceeded. The asset protection zone is exceeded by 2 full ratings. The bushfire construction standards are not required for many building types, but the bushfire management plan imposes them as a requirement. Two-way public road access is met through Geraldton Mount Magnet Road, which is managed by Main Roads WA. The water supply is calculated based on floor area, which is following the most recent version of the bushfire guidelines, plus an additional supply for the solar farm component. Next slide, please. The DFES referral advice discussed the solar farm specifically. In the absence of Western Australian guidelines, both we and DFES refer to the Victorian Renewable Energy Guidelines. A separate assessment against these guidelines was prepared and submitted. The results of the assessment were an additional water supply, including the siting of that water supply, a perimeter access around the solar farm, and internal through access to different roads through the development. These are all in the submitted layout and are requirements within the Bushfire Management Plan. Just a note on the access requirements. The Bushfire Management Plan requires a 4-metre access fire break around the solar farm, which exceeds the standard requirement. Additional fire break requirements are established which comply with both the Victorian and Western Australian definitions of a fire break. The turnaround areas are shown throughout the site in the Bushfire Management Plan, and additional turnaround areas will be known once the access points for the infrastructure are known. So this will be provided at certification. Next slide, please. So the SDAU recommendation number 15 includes a bushfire compliance certification. This is not a standard condition. We support the compliance certification as it provides the certainty that requirements have been met.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. And just in terms of time, you do have 2.5 minutes left, but Belinda, I know you still wish to make comments. Do you have an indication of how long you wish to speak for?
Probably not more than about 2.5 minutes.
Fantastic.
Because all I am dealing with today, thank you, Chair and Commissioners, is to speak to the conditions of approval that have been recommended in the Commission's report, or in the DPLH's report. And of those, I don't intend going through each one of them slavishly. There's just 4 that I would, or 4 or 5 I'd like to point out. We provided this document to
we have the modification requests in table form, so we have
great. Thank you very much. Well, I'm speaking to that document if you have it in front of you. The first and the document itself is fairly self-explanatory, but I wanted to highlight a couple of the proposed amendments just so that to identify the concerns that the applicant has, and I guess to generate any questions that might arise from that. The first is a new condition that we are proposing, 5B. That's on page 3 of that document. That there's a requirement for a construction management plan to be submitted prior to the commencement of the development, so of the construction, just because of the nature of the construction of this project and the timing of it. We have asked for that construction management plan to be able to be amended if necessary. At the moment, there's no capacity for amendment to the construction management plan once it's been lodged and approved by or endorsed by the Commission. The second proposed new condition is after condition 5, and that's on page 4 of the document. This is to address the concerns that have been raised by Mr. and Mrs. Smith at the Nola Downs farm next door. The concern that had been raised by Mr. and Mrs. Smith relate to their capacity to obtain or maintain their ISCC accreditation of their crop. The applicant has absolutely no difficulty in ensuring that occurs, and at the moment, condition 12A obliquely refers to that issue of the ICC, but it's the condition's just in the wrong spot. At the moment, 12A requires that it form part of the operational management plan, which is not required to be approved and just until prior to the commencement of operations. But you would have heard from Mr. and Mrs. Smith, or Mrs. Smith earlier this afternoon, that it's not an operational issue, it's a locational issue as to where exactly on the site the construction management the construction camp is located and the stormwater catchment is located. So we have proposed a new condition requiring those amendments to the plan to be made as part of that working drawing process that's proposed in condition 2 and condition 4. The next condition that I wanted to highlight was condition 7. That condition requires there to be a restrictive covenant limiting access along the Mount Magnet Geraldton Road. We have not been provided with a copy of the plan which sets out the locations of this limited access. But in any event, we say that the condition itself is unnecessary because the crossovers are identified on the development approval plans, and there will be a requirement in any event for approval through main roads pursuant to the local government legislation the local government uniform local provisions regulations to obtain approval for main roads for any crossovers in any event. So our view is that a requirement for a restrictive covenant as well is heavy-handed and unnecessary in this circumstance. Condition 9 requires, as we understand it, a need to rectify roads to pre-construction standards. Our concern with the way that the condition is currently worded is it's not entirely clear what standard that is, and so we proposed a fairly standard kind of dilapidation report before and after proposal. I would say though, in my view, I don't think that condition is actually necessary because I think it's also covered by the construction management plan provisions in condition 5A, which also requires something very, very similar. But in either way, the applicant has no difficulty with either of those proposals to either delete or to replace the proposed wording that has been proposed in the table. The only other substantive condition I've already referred to, and that's in 12A, and 12A Roman numeral 1, and arises in respect of the issue of the ICC compliance or certification for canola crops. And we say that can now be removed if the location of stormwater pond and the construction camp are moved more than 500 metres from the boundary. There are a number of other smaller and minor proposed amendments, just fixing up a couple of things. I don't intend to speak to any of those in detail, although along with the rest of the applicants' representatives and consultant team, I'm going to any questions that the Commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belinda. Members, now opening to you for questions of the applicant team. Mr. Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you for the deputation. My questions are here after I've been busily following on with conditions. So I just a couple of questions. So firstly, around this choice of the site, and you probably heard my question before to Deed around why this location. Are you able to just provide a little bit of background in terms of the strategic review that you undertook to arrive at this site and the other alternatives that were considered?
I'll pass to Todd and Flora because they've been with that aspect longer. Maybe Todd, you could speak to that one best.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Todd Richardson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at ABL. Yeah, so we did a full study several years back. I suppose that was probably 2019 with Wood Group, where we looked at. I think there was probably 9 different sites in the area for a range of different items that were required for this project, including proximity to gas, rail and road infrastructure, and proximity to the plant. And ultimately, that's how we settled on this. We did look at other things such as Okajee and other areas, Nongaloo, but I think was alluded to earlier. This has a big footprint. So it didn't make sense to look at an industrial site such as OPG, for instance.
So following on from that, in terms of location, I note the site that you're looking at is quite large, and the homestead for the host landowner is on the eastern side. Can you explain the logic in terms of arriving at the location of the processing facility on the western side of your site rather than on the eastern side to the host homesteads, host landowner's homestead?
That to you, Todd and Flora, if you jump in.
Yeah, sure. So there's geotechnical reasons why we want to be there. For one, there's there's a rail spur, a potential rail spur that we try to make a provision for, which would require us to be on that side, as well as if you look at the landscape itself. We looked for areas that made sense as far as, so we wouldn't have to move, which would be optimal for the plant location, I suppose. That was really it.
There was initially it was further northeast, but when we did a site visit, it actually showed that it impacts a lot more in terms of amenity, and it's also on a rise. So if we're talking about reducing visual impact, the previous locations that we've investigated, which were further northeast, will actually have a much higher impact to visual amenity just because of the higher placement of the land.
Thank you. So just going to the noise modelling that's been done and the DWER review, and you did mention that in your slides, so thank you for that. I note from reading the officer's report, the proposal, that it is there's a risk of exceeding the noise requirements. The compliance is marginal, it's tight from what I understand. Are you able to provide some commentary around your mitigation strategies and how confident you feel in terms of being able to deliver on those mitigation strategies, particularly for the amenity of the adjoining Nola Downs homestead?
So we can refer to Matthew Peterson, who's our noise impact consultant.
Sure, so I can speak to the mitigation that was assumed. That mitigation is conservative. So in reality, there are a range of engineering controls that can be applied to reduce noise. This site is the noise emissions are dominated by one source, by the power generation equipment, and every other source is well below that. So the problem is very specific, and we can focus on that to reduce as the design develops, reduce actual emissions. I did note in the officer's comments that they spoke about the potential for equipment defects or failures to increase noise emissions and push the emissions above the limit. With this type of equipment that's critical for facility operation, that's not a scenario we would look at because it's not the facility operating as intended. Something that would make the power generation equipment emit noise above the limit would cause it to be shut down either automatically or by our facility staff. And so that scenario isn't the facility operating as intended, and isn't one that we've looked at in the noise modelling.
You asked 3 more questions. 3 more questions. I did reference the potential to be able to time limit the approval, and the question to Deed. You talked around it being a 50-year asset. There's, as Deed mentioned, there's potential for third-party vanadium processing. Would you like to provide any comments around potential time limiting of the approval and what an appropriate time may be?
Let's take that. I'll comment that I think it makes sense that longevity in this endeavor should be the target, in a sense that if there is economic diversification and opportunity to continue, that's a great thing. I actually don't know what's precedent in that area, but I would say there's a good chance you could get up to 50 years out of just the deposit that we're seeking to develop. And there are certainly other deposits in the area that you could go beyond 50 years. Now, I don't what planning regulations actually contemplate in those scenarios, but you could look at this as certainly at least a 50-year asset, in my opinion.
I might just add to that, from a legal perspective, the only circumstance where one might impose a time limited development approval is in circumstances where there is a likely change in status or of the environment that might make this land use entirely inconsistent with something that might come into the future. And in this case, there is, apart from potentially some more industrial, more work, more traffic on the Mount Magnet Road, etc., as other industrial areas are developed, there's nothing that would provide a nexus to impose a condition of that nature on this approval.
Thank you for that. So just two more questions. The Nolla Downs homestead owners referenced the potential to have no access for Erringay Springs Road. Just talk to the proposed access off that road and any comments in relation to the request from the Nolla Downs owners?
Probably answer that. The Erringay Spring Road is really going to be used for light vehicle access and some of the smaller, larger vehicles that deliver reagents. So the very large sort of 60-ton loads of reagent will be using the separate heavy vehicle road access, which we're planning to build off and connect separately to the Mount Magnet Big Thara Road. So the Erringay Spring Road will be used by a smaller heavy vehicles, probably in the region of about maximum 50 tons, which will only really, the frequency of that could be between once a day up to 2 times a week, roughly. And then you've got the smaller light vehicles, a couple of minibuses delivering shift staff, plus other staff who access the site via that road to access the site for their daily work activities. So what we've tried to do is separate as far as we can heavy vehicle from light vehicle and ensure that the Erringay Spring Road access is mostly used by light vehicle with occasional somewhat heavy vehicle access.
Thank you. Final question, just around the 500-metre setback that you're proposing in the modifications it put forward. I note, Belinda, that you reference the 500 metres from the area under crop.
Yes.
I'd like to comment on that just versus a condition that may say 500 metres from the boundary, because it's up to the Nolla Downs operators where they put it.
Yeah, look, and I probably should have said undercrop or intending to be undercrop. But look, there's not a big difference between the location of the boundary and the crop in any event. So I don't think that there will be a difficulty in an amendment.
I don't think there's any problem at all relocating either the temporary construction camp or the stormwater pond to be 500 metres or further from the cadastral boundary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Sorry, very Commissioners, other questions of the applicant? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Sandry.
Thank you. Just probably I'll start with the condition regarding the 500 metres from the boundary for the workers' accommodation, and I'm not so concerned about body of water, but in terms of the workers' accommodation, where are you thinking about placing it on the site, and will there be any other impacts on other adjoining sites as a result of that workforce accommodation? I'm noting that I think somewhere in the report, 400 construction staff.
Up to 600.
Up to 600, sorry, that's right, up to 600 construction staff.
Yes, it could be at maximum construction level, could be as much as 600. But I think we have contemplated alternatives, obviously, and made sure that it's nowhere near any impacting or close to any other farming operations. And we've had discussions with the property landowners as well in that regard to make sure that that's not the case.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, something that I couldn't quite understand, it is noted in the department's report in terms of your annual tonnage, and I'll what that says in a moment. But under the assumptions for the air quality and the noise and the traffic impact assessment or state assessment, I think you've done, what is the total maximum annual tonnage that's been used for those assumptions?
Todd or Phil, perhaps want to answer that question?
So it's 12,000 tons per annum of V2O5 and 1 million tons per annum of iron ore concentrate.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. Was that 1 million
tons per annum of co-product iron concentrate?
Okay. And 12,000
tons per annum of V2O5.
Is it possible at all, I don't know what consultants you have here, but to be able to show, maybe state as part of our attachments where in the noise management plan or the air quality plan it actually details in the maximum tonnage and the assumption?
Is that the plan or report?
The report. Sorry, are you saying, are you asking for the tonnages to be put into the air?
No, I was just wondering, is in the air quality, okay, let's use the air quality assessment, which is attachment 10. In the assumptions, did you use your tonnage as part of your assessment?
Yes, of course. Yes. It's using the mass balances.
Okay, and is that detailed in the report? I just couldn't locate it. I just wanted to confirm that.
It should be. I can confirm, have a quick look for you, but I think it is, yes.
Okay,
it's all based on the mass balance, and those are the numbers that Flo has said we've used.
Okay, I'll have another look then. And in terms of the real-time monitoring for the noise, how are you proposing to undertake that?
I can speak to that one. So that would be undertaken using similar technologies to what's used in a range of other locations around Western Australia, including locations that are at least as remote as the site about here. So it's off-the-shelf technology that can be packaged and deployed on site that is powered by solar battery systems and then linked to available communication options that can range from satellite to cellular. So it would be just off-the-shelf equipment that would be assembled and deployed by someone who does that type of work.
Great, thank you. I'll leave it for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Are there any questions? Commissioner Lakey, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a quick question regarding the workforce. I've just been going through the document. How long will it take to build the facility? And how long will you need that workforce on site?
Approximately for 24 months is the construction timeline. But the construction will be staggered. There will be a period where it's a maximum of 400 construction workers on site, but that's during the peak period.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Just to follow on from Commissioner Lakey's question, should a condition be imposed around time limiting the temporary workforce accommodation period on site? You mentioned 24 months, but it may be staggered. So would a time limiting it to 24 months be reasonable given the construction period for the plant?
I would have thought that would be dealt with under the construction management plan. And I mean, certainly there's no intention of maintaining the construction work camp once the project is completed. But I think time limiting it might find us back here seeking a variation to the approval if in fact the construction period takes long for any reason. But construction workforce camp, there would be an expectation that it is removed. We could agree to a condition for it to be removed once the construction is completed.
I'll just think pragmatically from my side is there's always a chance that construction takes longer than planned. So as long as there was consideration of that.
It could be within 6 months of fixing operations or something like that. So I mean, if that is an ongoing concern of maintaining a workforce, and
You might link it to commercial production achieved or commissioning completed or those type of milestones. It would ensure that there's a deadline, but not put a hard date on.
Look, I just wanted to pick up on some of the last questions from the neighbouring property that have not yet been covered off. And thank you to my colleagues for your very comprehensive questions today. Probably just getting an understanding of the extent of the use of Orangi Springs Road. I'm assuming that would be used by the workforce accessing the site. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and in terms of any lighting along the road, is that under consideration?
I think there's some consideration around at the intersection providing some lighting.
Okay, and in terms of the solar array, there has been an issue raised around the siting and potential glare. Any comments in relation to that?
Difficult to say what will actually happen, I guess, in practice, but the solar panels that we're looking at will be sited at pretty low levels. I think we're talking maximum 1.5 meters above ground level. So the type of solar panel that we've looked at particularly has been to try and lower its level, lower its height as much as possible. So again, mitigate glare in whatever direction as far as possible. Doing that, we also take advantage of the existing vegetation on the side of Orangi Springs Road, in particular when you're viewing that solar array from the west.
From having been up and down the road, the landscape there is a bit patchy, but there are elements where there is some intact vegetation along the road. So is it sited in the area where you do have existing vegetation?
We're also planning to put some additional vegetation along the side of that road as per our landscape management plan, both lower and higher levels of vegetation.
Yeah, if I can talk to that from the boardroom, the proposal does illustrate along the stretch of the road certainly a series of different tree species to be planted behind the existing vegetation. So essentially we're extending that existing vegetation, also introducing further height to assisting screening. And that screening is to the facility, but also the solar up towards the north, I suppose.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any last questions before we move to consideration of the item? Thank you very much for your deputation. Members, also noting that we have received one written today from Linda Weir of Farm against the application. So we will now go to presentation of key issues by the Planning Director of the State Development Assessment Unit. And we're also joined by Lee Parker. Thank you very much, Pat and Lee. You've heard the deputations today. Is there any comments that you wish to make in response to the deputations or any particular matters that you wish to highlight?
I won't go through, the deputations have covered off quite extensively the operations, so I won't cover off on that part of the proposal. I do wish to highlight that public and stakeholder consultation was undertaken in accordance with the process established for Part 17, and that the full content of all the submissions have been made available to Commission members. So the consideration of the proposal today is not solely relying on the summary provided in the report. I do also want to note that The city has not made a submission on the application and seek to provide some clarification in regards to the Yamaji Corporation submission. The report does outline the detail of the Yamaji Corporation submission on page 18, but there were some additional erroneous comments included on page 30. So I would just highlight that to ensure that no consideration is given to those comments on page 30 as part of the consideration. In short, whilst it is an industrial use and it can be contemplated through the Part 17 pathway, there are several aspects of the proposal that could be considered inconsistent with the intent of Local Planning Scheme 1 in relation to amenity, noise and natural landscape. However, these could be sufficient. As I said, there could be sufficient reason to refuse. However, the Commission is also required to give due regard to the contribution of the project to the state's economic recovery from the pandemic, and it's relevant to consider the wider economic benefits of the project in balance with the level of discretion being sought relative to the land use. In terms of key issues that have been raised relative both in the submissions received and in the deputations, both written and spoken today. Some of those components have been considered in the assessment and have been addressed through some conditions as outlined in the department's report, and further consideration based on the department's response to some questions from members. Relative to the conditions that have been spoken to by the proponent in their deputation today, a department response has been provided to all Commission members, and I'm happy to take any questions in relation to those.
Thank you very much, Paola. Members, do you have questions for Paola and Leigh? Thank you very much, Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you. Through you, the Chair. And Paola, my question is really around the timing, both for the use of the site as a processing facility and also for the workforce accommodation. Noting the comments from the proponent when both those questions were put to them, I wonder if you could provide comment on them. Thank you.
Sure, through the Chair. In terms of imposing a time-limited approval in the first instance for the workers' accommodation, it is open to the Commission to include a condition to make it expressly clear that it's not a permanent workforce accommodation. It is inherent in that the assessment has considered it being temporary workforce. However, there would be no harm in reinforcing that through a condition. Appreciate the perspective that's been raised as to how that would be captured in terms of a time frame. It is open with reference to a 2-year period from the date of which a building permit is obtained for the development or for the workers' accommodation. So therefore, there's a trigger there. You can also ensure that it's closed prior to the commencement of operations as well. So there are some options further to the options I've provided Commission members separately.
Paul, if you don't mind me jumping in just to clarify on that point, the applicant did talk about expiring within 6 months of commencement of operations. Do you have a view of that? So rather than at commencement, but within 6 months of operations.
The facility itself, I suspect, given the number of workforce intended to be supported during the construction phase, will be sizable. So that will allow for decommissioning and removal. So as long as that period includes not just the cease of the use of the temporary accommodation, but the decommissioning of that facility, that could potentially be considered reasonable in the context of the proposal.
Thank you. Back to you, Commissioner Lakey, if you had anything further.
Thank you. Yes, and part 2, the operation of the facility, Paola, and the duration of that. I think the proponent mentioned a term of 50 years.
Through the Chair, yes. It is open to the Commission again to impose a time-limited approval. In the past, Part 17 application specifically, the Commission has imposed a time-limited approval for a duration of 50 years. In that instance, however, there was a transitionally arrangement where the land was being considered to transition to a different use. And so therefore it was considered in the context of enabling the planning framework for the locality to be finalised and the ultimate development intent for the subject land to be clear. In this instance, there is limited contemplated change, but furthermore, if a time limited approval is being contemplated, I think I would suggest that consideration be given to the period and the scale of investment that is being proposed by the development, and that there should be some commensurate terms in terms of the scale of the development, the cost of the development, and the period that might be applied in limiting the lifespan of the development to this site.
Thank you, members. Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
Chair, am I able to ask questions regarding the modified conditions that Paola has suggested to us at this point?
So for the benefit of the applicant, there are some modified conditions where commissioners have sought greater certainty in relation to some elements and in response to some of the matters raised in deputations, and they have been provided to commissioners. So yes, Commissioner Bennett, that would be appropriate to ask questions on those.
Thank you. Paola, the wording of the proposed condition relating to the 500 metre setback, the draft condition that you've provided talks about relocation of the stormwater ponds, not relocation of the temporary workforce accommodation. Is that workforce accommodation location intended to be covered via the specific condition around the workforce accommodation rather than explicitly listed in the 500 metre setback?
Through the chair, yes, there was an additional condition sought in relation to a workforce accommodation plan. I refer to that condition, which is the very last condition in the list, that speaks to sub point 2, which talks about siting and location, and then there's specific reference in that condition which refers to the 500 metres from the property boundary.
I don't have 500 metres listed in the part 2. But
Paola, that's in the table, but not in the consolidated.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, it should, in the consolidated list, it does make reference to 500 metres. Sorry, the transfer across earlier.
That's okay. And then one other minor clarification. The residents of Nola Downs referenced the construction management plan condition, and around the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday, they did ask that construction not be undertaken on Sunday and public holidays. Do you have any objection to the reference being included there around public holiday?
Through the chair.
Very much. Another question unrelated to those conditions.
The conditions are.
Keep going.
Okay. There's an advice note around potential contribution to the local community and benefit. I understand there's been discussions that have been held with the City of Geraldton. We don't have the benefit of a deputation from the city today to discuss that and potential value of the proposal to supporting local community initiatives. I do note that Energy Policy WA has released a draft guideline around community benefits for renewable energy proposals, and whilst it's perhaps not clear whether a vanadium processing facility supports in batteries is a renewable proposal, there is kind of context there around community benefit. Are you able to provide any other comments just around insight into the conversations that have been had with Geraldton around community benefit, and if there's any further weight that can be given to that advice note? And my understanding is there wouldn't be, but I just wanted to see.
Yes, through the chair. The discussions with the City of Greater Geraldton in relation to contributions have been and the city. The department has been party to those discussions. The Commission in the past has included an advice note similar, and I refer to Commission members to the decision for the Mount Horner, Mount Magnet gas processing facility in a similar sort of context. The inclusion of a condition needs to satisfy the tests of a valid planning condition. So it would need to be, there would need to be need and nexus, it would need to be reasonably, it would need to be reasonable, and there would need to be a planning purpose. And if the contribution and the area for which that contribution will be made and then spent doesn't fairly and reasonably relate to the development, then the inclusion of a condition wouldn't necessarily satisfy those tests, and hence why the department hasn't recommended a condition, but only an advice note to that end. Relative to the community benefit guidelines recently released, they, as you correctly pointed out, they do relate to renewable energy projects. They do speak specifically to wind turbine, solar farm and batteries and battery storage facilities. More specifically, I understand that the intention through the condition and what it's trying to achieve is aligned with that position or that statement that's been recently released, but the two don't necessarily correlate.
Thanks, Carol. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sandry.
Thank you. I might just commence with the conditions, the consolidated ones, if that's okay. Just for clarity, in the preamble, maybe talking about this preamble, it says vanadium processing facility and pipeline, but then condition 2, we've got vanadium processing facility in brackets, including ancillary uses. And then condition 6, we got the approval is for a vanadium processing facility and temporary works accommodation only. What should we be?
So the application is for a vanadium processing facility.
Yeah.
The assessment has considered the temporary workforce accommodation as being incidental. It's been included specifically in one of the conditions to make it clear that it is temporary in terms of workforce component, and is intended to be addressed through the construction management plan, rather than there being any assumption that the development plans themselves, which show the workforce accommodation, that it be permanent. The pipeline, given the nature of the development and its proximity to the pipeline and the intended connection, there is some pipeline works that are required. Those pipeline works within the development site are considered captured as part of that activity. Should the Commission form the view to delete reference to the pipeline in the preamble, there would be no significant impact from the assessment or determination perspective. The same would go for the workers' accommodation, noting that there has been a request specifically for a temporary workforce plan, accommodation plan. So that's the reason why it's been structured in that way.
And through the chair, sorry, just in condition 2 where it talks about the temporary.
Yes.
And it's got the bracketed including ancillary uses. I'm mindful that could that could be interpreted workforce potentially as well. Would there be any difficulty with deleting that section if the commissioners were to move that condition?
There would be an objection to that.
And just with respect to the condition regarding the crossovers, is it correct that Main Roads WA will need to approve the crossovers regardless?
Through the chair, as I understand, yes, the condition that has been recommended was, the condition as included in the department's recommendation was on advice from Main Roads. So the inclusion standing that they would have to include, they would be a party to a separate approval under the Main Roads Act, that it was really to provide clarity and certainty moving forward relative to access. And so there's no ambiguity relative to future permits or approvals necessary.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry. Fine, thank you.
You can ask questions.
Yes.
During conditions if you need to as well. Members, any additional questions of Paola or Lee? Okay, happy to consider the application. Look, we don't have, whilst we have had requests for modification to conditions from commission members as well as from the applicant, we don't have an alternate recommendation before us. So my advice to commission members is that we start with the recommended motion and that we work on it from there, and we hear amendments from you in relation to those that you've requested in advance, or those that you've heard from the applicant. Where you think that more than one can be moved at a time, I'm here for some efficiency, but I think that it'd be ambitious to try to deal with them collectively. So if I could seek a mover and seconder to start with the recommended motion before us today. By Commissioner Bennett, thank you.
I would prefer someone else second so I can do the amendments, but I'm happy to second otherwise.
Seconded by Commissioner Brooks, thank you very much. We can start with amendments. That would be the logical place to start if we can start to move through some of those. The first I will just test is that we have had discussion on having a time limit for the vanadium processing facility. We've heard reasons why that may not be appropriate, but I'm opening the floor to consideration of that. Commissioner Lakey.
Chair, can I just ask a question? Sorry, just can we follow a particular document so that we're all sequenced? So we're doing the table or
I think if we work on the consolidated document, that might be the easier way to go. Commissioner Lakey, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Through your chair. Yes. Look, I do have a concern about putting a time limit on the facility, particularly the one that's suggested. I think that we're moving into an area where this is critical minerals. I think it's going to expand, and it is a significant investment. So I do have a concern about putting a time limit on.
Thank you.
I have a question.
It hasn't been moved, so we do not need to consider it if we do not wish to. Commissioner Sandry.
I just have a question. If we were to place a condition on for temporary, and let's say it's for 50 years, which we have precedence for in a Part 17, is it possible to add a part to that condition that says unless it is permissible under the zoning of that time? I'm cognizant that the zoning may change, and therefore it's a use that can be considered, and therefore that condition becomes redundant in the application of a condition for a temporary basis. The fact that it's a use that wouldn't ordinarily be considered in this zone, and that we don't want to we still want it to transition back to its rightful use should the zoning not change. But that would be probably the only way that I would consider a temporary.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, my perspective is that we've heard that this has a lifespan of at least 50 years, that it's part of the critical mineral process going forward. I can't see a reason to put a time limit on it, but I'm just still waiting to see if they're happy to move on from this, or is anyone wishing to move this as an amendment?
No.
Yep. And continue forward. The next is to consider the workforce accommodation use as temporary, and I'm offering to you will expire within 6 months of commencement of operations, which has been accepted by the applicant. Is there moved by Commissioner Sandry, seconded by Commissioner Bennett? Any dissent? Thank you. That amendment is carried.
I'm a little bit lost.
Okay, so we are taking our conditions from the consolidated conditions document, but that one was 3, but with the wording, the workforce accommodation use is temporary and will expire within 6 months of commencement of operations.
Commencement of operations.
Yes. I think that you need to work through it this way.
Just make sure 2 is deleted.
Yes. 2 is deleted.
That wasn't it.
Need a screen share. What I'm.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. You have a chance to make that a little bit bigger. So that amendment to clause 2 has been moved, seconded and adopted. So the next consideration is clause 4, where we have the wording prior to commencement of development, revised plans are to be submitted to the satisfaction of the WAPC, which includes the plans depicting the relocation of the stormwater ponds to a position at least 500 metres from the property boundary. And we have heard support for this from the applicant. Moved by Commissioner Sandry, seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Is there any dissent to the amendment? Thank you, that is carried. Moving along to the construction management plan, there is a new 11, which is the addition of the wording management of construction lighting. That's moved by Commissioner Sandry, seconded by Commissioner Adair. Is there any dissent? No dissent to that condition. Thank you very much. That's adopted. Moving on now to visual impact for consideration. This is a new clause which states prior to the commencement of development, an updated visual impact assessment is to be submitted and approved by the WAPC and is to include consideration of visual impacts and mitigation measures for the proposed solar array. And part B, the approved visual impact assessment shall be implemented to the satisfaction of the WAPC. Is there appetite for this particular amendment?
Yes. May I ask Paola a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So Paola, in the deputations, we had discussions with the residents at Nolla Downs regarding the planting for the management of the visual impacts. They were speaking directly to not necessarily planting on their property, but planting very close to the facility to screen. Are you comfortable that the visual impact assessment that's been done captures the comments that have been raised today in the deputations? Or should there be further modification via a condition?
The visual impact assessment that's been prepared, as outlined in the report, does have some deficiencies that were identified that we felt that could be what could warrant further work. So in terms of the extent of the condition being modified to include landscaping in addition to, sort of a reconsideration of landscaping in addition to the solar array, and we would have no objection to that being included.
Thank you. Chair, I would support an amendment to the proposed amendment to include so after the word solar array, please Paola jump in if you've got suggested alternate wording, but consideration of planting, screening proposed facility that's viewed from the Nolla Downs homestead.
Improve amenity.
To improve amenity, yeah. Make consideration of additional planting. That be.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Can I just get the wording from Commissioner Bennett and then I'll come straight to you.
Paola and Lee may have some.
Sorry, after solar array, it could be and because you've already got consideration earlier in that sentence.
An inclusion of?
Yeah, an inclusion of additional screening.
Additional planting of screening. Additional screening, yes, screening could
planting for screening purposes.
Planting for screening purposes. When viewed from the Nolla Downs homestead.
Western boundary.
Yes, thanks, Megan. Commissioner Adair.
I think we're going for western boundary, but I think the key visual impact is from Nolla Downs homestead, so I think that's probably actually more appropriate. So it doesn't need to be the whole western boundary.
Where's the Nolla Downs homestead along the western boundary?
Okay, Commissioner Adair, you had a comment?
It was really a question around this because I don't know that we really want to be undertaking an assessment of the visual impact. I think it's probably more appropriate that we're talking about a landscape condition. So it's a landscape, approval for a landscape management plan or whatever, like Paola, over to you. But this is really more about landscaping to ensure that visual amenities around all sorts of things is taken care of. I don't know that this is just about the solar array.
Well, any comments?
Through the chair, the solar array hasn't been specifically addressed in a landscaping condition. That there is a recommended landscaping condition that deals that does speak to amenity considerations in terms of from the periphery, and just trying to find the condition reference number. Apologies.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find it as well. And I just think that that's doubling up, because I think we should do the same thing.
Section 17 talks to the
Yeah.
Can I speak? Yeah. I did consider whether, in fact, where we've said planting for screening purposes, whether it's just screening, because there are other ways in order to screen this facility from the viewpoint. So
I think that's probably the key factor, because I think that's then becoming confused with the landscape strategy. So perhaps we could remove the words planting for.
Yeah. No additional screening, not even purposes.
Yeah. Screening, yeah.
Yep.
Commissioner Dare, would that help?
I don't support the actual additional condition. I don't think we need it. I think landscape management can include screening. It doesn't have to be planting. Landscape can be hard and soft.
Yeah, at the moment it hasn't been moved, so it's still just being considered for moving and seconding. Commissioner Bennett, do you wish to move amendment?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Any discussion on the amendment?
I actually think Commissioner Dare made a valid point at the very end there, so which is that landscaping can be soft and difficult.
I am just as the mover, I don't have a strong view about where this requirement is incorporated. I think mainly for me, it's ensuring that there is recognition that the screening and the visual impact when viewed from the Nola Downs State Homestead has been considered through the landscaping and the visual impact assessment. So look, I'm happy to move this, but I'm equally happy if it ends up in condition 17 under the landscape strategy.
Commissioner Lakey, any comment?
Yeah, actually, I was just about to say exactly the same as Commissioner Bennett. Then I think it's very important that that the Nola Downs homestead is mentioned. So if this is doubling up, I've just had a quick look. You could argue it's doubling up, but I don't think they conflict. So maybe Paola can have a comment whether they actually conflict or whether it just reinforces.
I would wish to comment. I think your comment previously about the visual assessment and the deficiencies, I think that this probably goes to that particular issue, whereas the landscape is more about the actual, putting planting and screening through landscape. And we have heard from the neighbouring property who are farmers and know the area well that it's incredibly difficult to find species to grow for screening and to achieve height in the location. So I think they're complementary. Paola, sorry, did you want to add anything?
No, through the chair, the only thing I would say is that if the visual impact assessment is updated, it wouldn't necessarily conflict with the landscaping condition, because it would the visual impact assessment would then become the approved visual impact assessment and would need to be reflected in condition 17, which speaks to the landscaping outcomes.
Yep, so I support the amendment. Any further comments on the amendment?
I'll just, if I may, Chair. Yes. I think I won't support this, and if it gets through, that's perfectly fine because it serves a purpose. But otherwise, I would consider it as part of the landscaping and final landscape plan, simply because there is going to be a visual impact from that solar array, and there is a visual impact of the facility. So I don't feel that there needs to be a further VIA to verify that, but rather just get straight to the solution, and that can be dealt with in that condition regarding landscaping. That's just from my observation being out on site, that's all. But otherwise, I absolutely agree with the intent, but I just think I actually do agree it probably sits in the other condition.
Okay, so I'm sensing mixed views on this one.
Yeah.
So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? 3, 4. All those against? 2, that is carried. So we'll continue on. Oh, sorry, mouse has jumped down. So we're up to condition, no visual impact. So the next condition is under the transport access and parking. This is in response to matter raised by the adjoining residents who utilise the Rangi Springs Road for their oversized agricultural machinery, and had a concern about the design and sealing of the road being able to accommodate that machinery. So the addition of the words "and oversized agricultural machinery" is suggested at part 3 of that condition. Is there appetite for this amendment? Yep, moved by Commissioner Adair, seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Is there any discussion or dissent?
Quick question.
Quick question, yes.
A double, is that 50 tonne? Because the deputy said that nothing more than a 50 tonne vehicle would be at Rangi Springs. I just wanted to make sure that was consistent.
Paola or Lee, do you have a response to that question? What tonnage an A double vehicle is?
Bear with me a moment.
Thank you.
Sorry. We can move on, and then if you find it, we can always go back to it.
It's been moved and seconded, so sitting here for.
Are we able to ask the applicant?
Is there any member of the applicant party here that would understand the classification of an A double equivalent heavy vehicle from a tonnage perspective?
100 tonne.
It's 100 tonne.
Up to
100 tonne.
I'll let you know what was in the traffic impact assessment.
May I ask that? Would there be any difficulty if we updated the condition to say no greater than a 50 tonne vehicle consistent with the deputation?
We don't normally, we can ask questions from applicants outside of deputations, but we do normally ask that you come to the table in quite a formal way. So if you wouldn't mind just coming forward with that information, that would be appreciated. Remains open to commission members if you wish to proceed.
I'm happy to proceed as the mover. I think it's covered.
As is, or to stipulate a tonnage?
As is.
As is. Okay. Is the seconder happy to proceed? Okay, we have announced.
Yeah, I think it's fine as is.
I think it's fine as is. Commissioner Sandra, do you wish to hold?
No, that's fine. I'm not going
to proceed. Okay, we're proceeding on the basis of the existing wording being A double equivalent heavy vehicles up to 100 tonnes. Is there any dissent to this amendment? There's no dissent, it is carried. Moving now to what I think is under amenity, I think it's 14. There is some additional wording here for a new clause D and E. An annual report prepared by an independent suitably qualified person which reviews whether the noise received at the nearest sensitive premises has been compliant with the applicable standard and whether the development has complied with the requirements of the condition is submitted to the West Australian Planning Commission, and the annual report reference to above shall be submitted within 30 days after each calendar year to which the period relates. Is there appetite for this amendment? Commissioner Bennett, you wish to move the amendment?
Yes.
Is there a second of the amendment? Commissioner Brooks is seconding. Any discussion?
Can I just ask if the mover and seconder would be willing to consider that the independently suitably qualified person be approved by the WAPC, which is the department, or leave it?
I think if they're suitably qualified, that should be sufficient.
I don't see that they would need to approve the person before.
I agree.
We'll leave it.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Is there
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Yes,
I
of
don't-
course.
And maybe the mover can explain it to me. What's the point of it? The annual report, I mean, we'll get a report from a suitably qualified person saying whether the previous, there's been any deviations from compliance. Well, what do we do with it? Isn't there a management plan to deal with that? Or is it just for information?
We'll have a view on that.
Through the chair, sorry.
So go ahead.
Through the chair, in terms of an annual report, it's really to publish information on the operations, given the level of amenity and the concerns that have been raised relative to noise potential impacts, given that the noise impacts are marginal. Well, given that the noise compliance through the report that's been submitted demonstrate that it's marginal. In terms of breaches, formal breaches to the noise regulations themselves, they are managed through a separate regulation. So this is really just from an accountability perspective, potentially. However, it's not. There's no mandatory requirement for that to occur.
I just don't understand what the point of it is. Why would we'd want it other than to see whether it's happened or not? And if there hasn't been compliance, so what? What are we going to do about it? I'm not being flippant. I'm just wondering why you would want it.
Because the WAPC takes on responsibility for compliance for Part 17 development applications approvals.
Oh, yeah, under noise.
Well, in terms of the monitoring, I guess that would be the monitoring report is intended to be, correct me if I'm wrong, Paola, received by the department, and then would there be in advice sought from Duo if required?
In terms of, through the chair, in terms of breaches to the noise regulations, that would sit with the authority, which would be the local government. So the action or responsibility for enforcement of the regulations would not sit with the Commission in that instance.
Can I just seek clarification, if I can?
Yes.
One of the substantive conditions in the recommendation is that the approved acoustic report shall be implemented to the satisfaction of the WAPC. And then if you apply this condition to it, then in fact, there's a two-prong element to this. One is that we're actually implementing these noise provisions now as a condition of approval and therefore fall under the Planning and Development Act. So if they're non-compliant with the noise parameters set within the acoustic report, you can undertake compliance under the Planning and Development Act, is my understanding. So therefore, they have to be compliant in the perpetuity of the use itself. With the annual report, the only time you would do that is if the department was willing to take compliance action under the Act. So I guess just to seek clarity, would the department be undertaking enforcement and compliance in accordance with the planning approval conditions?
Through the chair, where there's a separate piece of legislation that deals with that matter specifically, typically the enforcement would run with that piece of legislation rather than the Planning and Development Act. I suppose the point of the acoustic report is to ensure that all the details and measures that have been proposed to mitigate the noise impacts based on amenity have been implemented, and that those measures are effective. So again, it is open for D and E not to be imposed, and it wouldn't necessarily change the, I suppose, the intention of the acoustic report, ensuring that a degree of amenity would still be afforded.
Through the chair, then I have a question. If that's the case, then why do we even consider noise? Because it's suggesting that it's not in our remit. If you cannot, as an agency and the approver, undertake compliance in accordance with your conditions because it falls under a different legislation, then is it appropriate to be conditioned on the planning approval?
Through the chair, the consideration of amenity falls within a specific aspect of the Commission's consideration under Part 17. And in this case, because it is an industrial activity being proposed on rural zone land, it heightens the need to ensure that a degree of amenity is afforded. The purpose of the condition is to demonstrate to the Commission that a degree of amenity is being afforded and that the degree of amenity is acceptable and that the degree of impact is acceptable. Hence the reason why the assessment was required in the first instance, and that's supported with the condition that runs with that. That's been fundamental in terms of the assessment of the appropriateness of the use and the location of the use in the context of the site as it's proposed.
In that case, why would you have an annual report? Wouldn't you have it more frequent than that if it's a real concern?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, you can.
I know that I was the mover on this, but on reflection and listening to the conversation, I agree with Commissioner Dare. I don't think that we need the annual report. The proposal is covered through the noise regulations. This condition, as it's been written, has been provided to the applicant and they haven't objected to it in its current form. That
We haven't seen it.
it's not the annual report piece.
No.
Haven't seen condition 15 at all,
But I mean, we would
14 at all.
Submission on that.
Condition 15. So through the chair, condition 15, as it's currently worded in black, has been provided to the applicant,
Yes,
and that's been published.
Yes, that's what I understood.
The red has not.
Condition
That's
B
correct.
and E has
Correct.
as a result of member questions.
That's
and
correct.
has been responded to
That's
that.
correct.
Mhm.
Yes, so that was exactly what I meant, that the black portion of 15 has been provided to the applicant. There wasn't any comment made during the deputation on it. I don't see the need for the annual report, given the controls through DWER and the wording of the condition in terms of being to satisfaction of DWER in the implementation of the acoustic report. So I guess it's no different to any other condition where we don't require annual reporting on the landscape plan or the visual amenity impact piece either. So
Okay.
no longer.
Yes, no longer support it, that's fine, and I think this is the purpose of debate and deliberation, so that's perfectly fine. Look, I would comment that I think I understand the intent. It was to consider what further monitoring and measures or awareness can be brought back to the WAPC, given that, you know, we are dealing somewhat with a land use that is going to have considerable impact, and we've looked at the noise modelling and we have seen that it's come within touching distance of breaching the regulation. So I understand the intent, but I think through discussion we have established that this is potentially onerous for the applicant. It hasn't been discussed with the applicant, so I'm happy to also move away from this amendment. Is there anyone wishing to support the amendment? I'll put it to the vote. All those against the amendment, you're voting against. I think we're all voting against it.
Sorry,
Amendment has not passed, so we will continue to move forward. I'll take you now to clause 15A. We have had a request from the applicant to delete measures to protect the international sustainability and carbon certification rating of canola crops located on neighbouring properties. This is in response to amendments through the relocation of the stormwater pond and the workers' accommodation, which we have not yet dealt with. But I'm putting this forward to see whether there's appetite to delete that 15A1.
I actually probably want to retain it and not consider the proposed condition regarding dust.
Okay, yep. Is there, okay, that's been, view been put forward to retain the condition. Is there any alternate view wishing to move an amendment? Okay, thank you. We'll continue on.
Can I just ask, sorry, through the chair, can I just ask a bit of clarity from Bianca's, Commissioner Bianca? What was the reason? Sorry?
So if we go further, Commissioner Sandry had requested some conditions for consideration in relation to dust mitigation. Commissioner Sandry, are you saying that you would no longer seek to have that condition added and that you would like to retain this in its place? So where we continue to move through the document where we had commission requested modifications, Commissioner Sandry is not wishing to move the dust mitigation conditions any longer, but wishing to retain this in place. Right, so
just apologies. May I ask though, the feedback from the Nolla Downs proprietors was that the impact on that certification was around the workers' accommodation and the ponds. There wasn't any comment around the dust that I understood. So therefore, if there's conditions relating to the workers' accommodation, which is to come in a subsequent condition, and we've already considered the ponds, then we could remove this 15AI piece. Paolo, do you have any clarification?
Through the chair, if based on the deputation advice, that's correct, that it would only be relative to the siting of piece of infrastructure. In relocating that infrastructure, whilst I'm not an expert in this space, the advice that we had received was that there could be some operational components, but the information provided through Mr. and Mrs. Smith's deputation and documentation suggests that it is locational, so it could be removed without impacting on the potential certification.
Thank you. I do note that the Nolla Downs submission did include an attachment from CBH which talked about the workers' accommodation and the water bodies and didn't mention the dust. So on that basis, I'd be comfortable to remove 15A.
So you're moving the removal of 15A1.
Yes.
Any seconder for the removal of the clause? Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Adair. Debate on the item.
I don't have
You've
anything
made your point. Yes, Commissioner Adair, do you wish to make any further comment?
No, I think as long as, I mean, the only reason you would probably come back to this is once you've actually dealt with the other matters, but I'm quite confident they'll get up.
Okay, Commissioner Sandry?
I'll be voting against.
Okay, all right, so we'll put that one to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4. Helen, is your hand up? No. All those against? 3. That will require me to use my casting vote, something I do very rarely. That is not deleted. We'll continue to move on. Commissioner Sandry, dust mitigation.
No, that's fine.
So we're moving on from dust mitigation unless other commission members have a view. Okay, we'll continue on. And we will move then to temporary workers accommodation, a new clause, 22. Prior to the commencement of development, a temporary workforce accommodation plan is to be submitted to and approved by the WAPC on advice from the City of Greater Geraldton, addressing but not limited to detailing the site layout of the proposed accommodation facilities and associated amenities, including building design, setbacks, fencing, landscape, storage, waste, drainage, vehicle and pedestrian movement network, lighting and signage. Siting and location of the workforce accommodation to be appropriate given the location and compatibility with adjoining nearby uses. Unless there was a requirement there to actually put in the 500 metres, just a question. Access to existing community infrastructure and services such as roads, power, water, sewage, telecommunications, and the management, decommissioning and rehabilitation as required of the site for the eventual removal of the temporary workforce accommodation development and return of the land to its original state or next intended state of land use development to the satisfaction of the WAPC. Any changes in wording proposed before I ask for a mover and seconder?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'd prefer to see the 500 metres in the condition.
Agree.
Send you the words.
Yep. So just within 500 metres of the boundary. Is that the wording we use for the boundary?
The wording would read citing and location of the workforce accommodation to be appropriate given the location and compatibility with adjoining / nearby land uses, including being relocated to a position at least 500 metres from the property boundary.
Thank you. Marco, did you capture that?
Is that being placed?
Nearby uses.
This is
including.
This is 22. Additional wording at the end. Paola, can you just repeat that?
It just
You've got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there a mover and seconder for the amendment? Moved by Commissioner Bennett, seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Is there any discussion? Is there any dissent? That is carried. Thank you very much. So that concludes Commission requested modifications, and I think now if we can move to looking at the request from the applicant. First, in relation to 5B, there has been a request to consider whether the construction management plan accommodates being amended. Paola, you have provided a response. Sorry, that's my son. It's meeting's running very, very long. So let me just turn. Paola, if you could just talk to that one, please.
Through the chair, the approach to all the conditions, in particularly a construction management plan, there's usually a provision within the plan that provides the ability for any further amendments or modifications to be made, subject to the approval of the Commission. The department's approach to construction management plan updates is that during the life of the construction project, that should modifications be required to the construction management plan itself, that it can be updated and resubmitted to the department for re-clearance of satisfying that condition. That's then provided to the local government as well, and any corresponding approvals that might be required through the City of Greater Geraldton can then be sought.
Thank you. So members, you've heard from Paola. I'm assuming there won't be a move of a condition on this one. No, okay, thank you. In relation to the new condition, the applicant had listened to the concerns of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and were prepared to support the relocation of the temporary workers accommodation in the stormwater catchment body. We have now dealt with that. Transport, access and parking, there has been a request to reconsider the restrictive covenant at condition 7. Members, any appetite for that or seeking any comment from Paola?
I'm happy to move the deletion of that condition.
Thank you. Any seconder for the removal of the restrictive covenant? That's seconded by Commissioner Adair. Any discussion? Parker, you're okay with where we're at?
I have no idea where you're at.
It won't actually be called condition 7 anymore.
Condition 7 anymore. I can give you the reference number.
So just go to transport
if you
and
could just
access.
clarify.
Yeah. So, and then, but I cannot see the restriction.
Condition 11, it is in the consolidated.
Now 10.
Now 10.
So just scroll down. Up.
There we go, 10. So we're just removing that entire thing? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so that is proposed. Any dissent? Thank you, that is carried. Next, we're moving on to a request to on the construction management plan. I think this is about the within 30 days of commencement of operations, damage to public roads, infrastructure, etc. as a result of construction works be rectified. The applicant's view is that this should be covered by the construction management plan and either their request is to be deleted, but we do have also alternate wordings provided by SDAU. So open to commission members in terms of whether they wish to see that deleted or whether they wish to amend to the words provided by SDAU.
Happy for it to be replaced by the SDAU response. I think it's actually a more concise version of the applicant's request.
Okay, so we have a mover for the wording provided by SDAU.
No.
Is there a seconder for that?
No, but shall we read that out? for
Yes,
the
I will
record?
read it out for the record and I'll make sure we get that on the screen. So Parker, for benefit, it's in the applicant's list of modifications. Paola has sent it to you. Thank you, Paola. The wording is prior to the commencement of any works, a road management plan shall be submitted for approval with the WAPC, which includes a pre-construction dilapidation report for public roads and infrastructure surrounding the development site, a post-construction survey of those same roads and infrastructure, a proposed schedule of works and timeline to make good those roads and infrastructure to pre-construction standard, and the schedule of works is to be completed in accordance with the approved plan. So that's been moved by Commissioner Sandry and seconded by, is there a seconder?
Sorry. Yeah, I think. So because my numbering's all completely different. So
There was the condition that commenced within 30 days of commencement.
Condition 11, Parker?
okay, so we're replacing it with the text that you just sent me?
That's correct.
So instead of this, it becomes this.
Yes. It's been moved by Commissioner Secondary and seconded by Commissioner Bennett. Any discussion?
Can I just,
Yes.
so just comparing the wording between the proponent's requested modifications and the SDAU response. What I can see, Paola, the variation between the two is minimal, just a more concise wording aside from part 3 has reference to timeline, as well as the schedule. Is there any other differences that we should be aware of?
That's
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any dissent to the amendment? Thank you, that's carried. We now move to the next request from the applicant, which is relation to amenity and an updated acoustic report to address construction noise management. We've got the text there. This is not supported by SDAU, who have said that planning conditions need to have certainty and real-time noise monitoring is required to ensure no impacts on any noise-sensitive receivers. Commissioners, any appetite in relation to amending this 11, well, what was 11A under amenity?
Yeah, I've got a question now.
I asked Paola to clarify. So the suggested amendment to the wording is a real-time monitoring, noise monitoring program that would demonstrate that the planning in compliance with regulations. Can you explain the difference, sorry, between what's proposed and what the amendment is? Apologies, we've only received this as we walked into the meeting. So
through the chair, the change is, rather than it reading, is operating in compliance with the noise, compliance with the environmental noise regulations. The applicant's suggestion is that it would demonstrate that the plant is operating.
rather than it is, that it would.
Yeah.
Anyone prepared to move the amendment? Otherwise, we'll
Yeah, I just have
on.
I probably just have a question more broadly, and it goes to the conditions previously around the annual report. What's the purpose of the real time noise monitoring in the context of the discussion that we had before? Very good question.
I think it's to demonstrate the compliance with the regulations.
But
through the chair, again, it relates to the assessment of amenity and ensuring that amenity is being afforded in the context of this location. I understand that the applicant's environmental impact plan does contemplate a real-time monitoring of the acoustic. And as I understand it, the reason why the condition hasn't been objected to in its entirety.
Okay, so no mover on that one, okay. Next, we have a request in relation to what was 12A, the original amended recommendation, and this is to delete the all of the this is to delete part 1 and part of part 3.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Can we please go back to that condition just before?
Okay.
Sorry, I worked out what was going on. So that condition says prior to commencement of development, but then subsection 4 talks about a real-time noise monitoring program that occurs when the plant is operating. So it's contradictory. It's not possible to do real-time monitoring post operation when the condition is prior to commencement of development.
Okay.
Sorry, it took me.
Right,
no,
that's a good, really well put that, thank you. So you're going to move the alternative wording provided by the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, yep, and seconded by Commissioner Bennett. Any dissent? Thank you very much, that's carried. Okay, 12A. So we have a request. We have a request from the applicant to move 12A part 1 and to amend 12A part 3. We have advice from SDAU not supported, given that this is required to ensure that the operations do not adversely impact on the farming operations of neighbouring properties. But members, if there is an appetite, please indicate if you'd like to move this. I'm thinking you're still considering it.
Yes. I will just clarify the reason why I didn't support the deletion of I before is because we've only considered the context of Nola Downs and the water basin and the workforce accommodation, and now that will be relocated, is the consideration also with other properties where depending on where that's located. So that was the reason for leaving it.
I'm happy to move the deletion because I think it's covered.
Well, look, I think we've actually already dealt with that. It's really about the other parts. Like we've had a vote on that one. I think we shouldn't revisit that. But in relation to probably parts 2 and 3.
I don't have a sorry, through the chair. I don't have a concern with the change to part 2, changing possible to practicable. And also part 3, wherever practicable, because it is to the satisfaction of the Commission. So if there's a concern about the intent or amenity impact, then the Commission can control or assess that they're considering it.
Thank you. So what was formerly 12A in the original recommendation? Commissioner Bennett is moving the replacement of the word possible with practical at part 2 and inserting the words wherever the practical to minimise heavy vehicles. Are you also to minimise rather than restrict?
Yes, wherever practical measures to minimise.
To minimise for part 3. Is that okay, Pipe? We've got that. Okay, is there a seconder for that?
I'm happy to second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Sandry. Is there any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. We lost Commissioner Lakey. No, he's up there in the dark, thank you. Right.
My lights have gone out in this office and I cannot turn them on. I don't know.
All right, I'm glad you're still with us, thank you. Okay, moving to what was actually, maybe members, if you just want to review these because there's many, and perhaps if you could just look through and call out ones that you do want to put forward for amendment, because otherwise I think this is probably going to be a very
Where are they, Chair? I can't, like, where am I?
They are
Response to applicant condition comments in East Grove. CPLH response to applicant condition comments.
Do you mind sending an attachment maybe to Commissioner Adair?
They're in the additional items.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, may I raise 12B? I know that it's the next one, but I don't intend to go through all of them.
Yeah.
But 12B, just in terms of changing the 2 years to 5 years, I'd be comfortable with that change because 2 years is quite often. And if there is a compliance issue in between, then it is around the implementation of, there is discretion by the Commission and it is subject to the Commission satisfaction.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a mover then and a seconder for that, which was the original 12B. The operational management plan is to be reviewed after 2 years and every 5 years thereafter. To the or as improvements are identified by the operator or WAPC, brackets, whichever occurred earlier, to the satisfaction of the WAPC on advice from the City of Greater Geraldton. That's been moved and seconded. Is there any dissent?
No.
Thank you. That's Commissioner Adair.
No, I'm not dissenting.
Okay, thank you. That's carried.
What was 13A, I don't have a problem with the changes that are proposed.
Maintain A, that.
I mean, it's kind of neither here nor there, but it's just, I mean, it has to be for the development site. And the management plan would cover specifications.
So you're moving that, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Is that seconded? I think it makes a difference. It's been moved, not quite at seconder yet. Are there questions? Paola, do you wish to comment?
Through the chair, the reference to specifications generally runs with the landscaping plan. So the detail of the landscaping plan will include some specifications within it. So deletion of that may impact on the degree of detail that could otherwise be provided.
Okay.
No, I'm okay with it.
All right.
I'll second.
So it's been seconded. Is there any dissent?
That's just reading.
Any dissent to the amendment? Okay, thank you. That's carried.
I think that carries forward to 13, what
Yes,
was 13B.
13B will also need to be amended accordingly.
Yeah.
What was 13B of the removal of the words plans and specifications from 13B?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Moved by Commissioner Adair, assuming it's seconded by Commissioner Sandry, given you.
Sorry, can we just confirm that's with the addition of and landscape plan? Just
Yes.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Sandry, you supported the previous.
Yeah, but it's just that the previous one was in relation to the plan being prepared, which will include specifications, and this one's in relation to certification of that plan, which will include it. So it doesn't really matter. I'll second it. It's just that it will have specifications, but that's fine. I'll form part of it anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. Any others that members wish to move?
Comfortable with the officer's response for the balance of the suggestions.
I probably can I get some clarification from the department just in relation to what was 15A, which is the ability the applicant seeking the ability to have one or more water tanks. Is there an issue from a planning perspective in relation to that?
Through the chair, we would seek some clarification on how many tanks would be required through our bushfire team within DPLH. The condition currently doesn't specify the number. It could be one or more. So it is open to it being multiple tanks, as I understand the condition to be.
Does this just provide clarity then, Paola, that it can be more than one?
Through the chair, yes, it can provide further clarity. We're just not intending to necessarily restrict it to suggest that.
I think for the point of clarity, to reassure the applicant that it can be more than one, I'm happy to move it.
I'm happy to second, just simply because I don't want to trigger a DA that someone else interpreted it differently.
Any dissent? Has been moved and seconded. Look, my preference is that these matters are sort of worked through the bushfire management plan. I don't see it being a huge issue because it says to be provided in one or more, so it's probably not a big issue to worry about. But I don't think it's necessary, but I'm probably not moved to vote against it. Is there any dissent? That's carried. Anything further there that members wish to entertain? Okay, thank you. I think we've finished with amendments. Not to the applicant, it doesn't normally take us this long to work through amendments. They have come in very late for commission members' consideration, so there hasn't been a lot of time ahead of the meeting to go through them, and we've had to sort of go through them individually and in quite a laboured way. So we'll now move to consideration of the amended substantive motion before us. Going back to the mover, which I believe was Commissioner Bennett, do you wish to make any comments in relation to the application?
Yes. Make a statement in relation to the application more broadly, not the detail of those modifications we've already discussed, but I do recognise the value of the proposal in for the state in relation to decarbonisation and creation of opportunities for vanadium batteries, and it's recognise its strategic importance. I do acknowledge the deputations that have been made, and particularly the balanced and very logical deputation made by the adjoining owner at Nola Downs, and appreciate their constructive input to suggested conditions. I do appreciate the deputation that was made through deed, and particularly their comments in relation to the value of this location and the appropriateness of the site, and their commentary around not necessarily needing to be within a strategic industrial area. I recognise the work that the city's done in considering the proposal and in its support, recognising that a future scheme amendment is subject to separate consideration. The value of the site is important in terms of being able to have ongoing workforce accommodation nearby in town sites, and that the construction workforce is only accommodated on site, not the long-term workforce. There's particular value there, and note that that workforce accommodation will be removed ultimately. Also recognise the proximity of the site in relation to available infrastructure in terms of road network and proximity to the Dampier-Bunbury natural gas pipeline, acknowledging that there does need to be a concession made to that. We have considered a timeline, considered a potential to limit the time frame for the proposal, but decided against it, and I support that on the basis that it is a strategic proposal. There is potential for processing of third-party vanadium, and the deposit that's been considered does have potential for a 50-year lifespan. There are challenges for the adjoining residents at Nola Downs. I do strongly encourage AVL to continue engagement with the adjoining owners through the construction of the facility and the ongoing operation. Appreciate the comments that have been made by the proponent in terms of considering that landscape impact and the potential to strengthen that. I do understand the need for access via the Erringay Springs Road for light vehicles and pay doubles, as we've discussed, and as being important, and appreciate that. On balance, and given the modifications that we have discussed to the conditions, I'm comfortable in supporting the proposal as a significant proposal for the state.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. And the seconder, does the seconder wish to speak to the item or any other commission member?
No, that's fine.
Okay, look, I mean, Commissioner Bennett, that is incredibly well articulated summary of the issues. I'd just like to comment that I think that there's no refuting the project status in terms of its importance to the renewable energy transition to Western Australia. It's been incredibly helpful today to hear from Deed in relation to how this is reflected in many of the government's strategic objectives, in particular the pit to battery opportunity that this presents in terms of Made in WA's objectives. So I think that that is absolutely understood, and it's probably a key reason why the Commission is considering this application and wanting to see its success. I think in terms of some of the issues that we've gone through today, we have had quite a labouring of conditions, and I think that's because we are met with the challenges of industrial use going into a rural zone, and that we've had to look at the considerations particular to the western boundary and the Nola Downs neighbouring property that has raised a number of matters with us. I think that they have been reasonable in many of the requests that they've made of the condition, and I think that a lot of the conditions that we've arrived at have gone a long way to dealing with their concerns, particularly around the siting of the workers' accommodation and the detail that's been requested there, given that that can accommodate up to 600 workers, that we've looked at the stormwater pond, that these are the two critical matters going to their certification that they've raised for their crops. The visual impact assessment, I know that we perhaps have doubled down on that, but I think that given the landscape and having stood on the porch of Nola Downs Homestead, the undulating landscape, which is incredibly difficult in terms of growing trees of significant height, it is really impactful to understand that it is hard to screen a project of this size. It's an intensive use and large built form of significant height, up to 50 metres for elements of the development. So I think that we have tried to reach a measured and balanced view in supporting a priority industry, in supporting them into a location that's not zoned currently for it, but we understand many of the location issues that have been put forward both by the applicant and by Deed in terms of why this location works well. That is well understood. So thank you for everyone for bearing with us as we've worked through those conditions. It's probably been one of the longest meetings in terms of trying to deal with conditions in this way, but I think that the end result is something that will enable the neighbours to be able to have that lessened impact on their amenity and to support the plant to play that pivotal role in Western Australia's economic development. Commissioners, any further comments?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Adair.
Thank you. I won't labour it because it has been a long deliberation, but I did want to say, thank you to the commissioners for all of their inputs and the rigorous debate on this item, to the applicant, because I think that they have been quite amenable to try to accommodate some of the concerns. And I also feel that, the change is difficult, particularly as these regional rural areas where resources and processing and renewables are, coming in thick and fast, and they're trying to catch up and yet retain, their actual uses of their farming land, which we need as well. So I think this is a pragmatic outcome. It is difficult. It's been a tricky one to get our heads around and an awful lot of material. So I want to say that I'm quite comfortable with where we've landed on this, and it's in no small part to what's been done by the SDAU and the applicant. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Adair. I appreciate those comments. Anything further from any commissioners before I put the motion? Is there any dissent to the substantive recommendation before you as amended? There is not, so therefore it is carried. Thank you very much, everybody, for your input today. Much appreciated. Okay, we are almost there. We just have some reports for noting at item 8. We have the West Australian Planning Commission Part 17 Delegated Authority Decisions report. Any comments in relation to that? check that whether we need a resolution to note this. Bear with me.
Yeah.
I do need a mover and seconder to note the report. So Commissioner Adair, thank you very much, and seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Is there any discussion on the report? Any questions at this time? I'm assuming not.
Chair, may I just note that, and sorry, I didn't identify this too, but in terms of conflict of interest, CLE, my employer, were the applicant for the State Football Centre, which is referenced in this, and I think that might be the only one, but just wanted to make that clear. And the Children's Hospice as well.
Thank you.
I will also note that, sorry, no, that's okay. I'll also note that there are compliance with conditions for SDAU matters that relate to the City of Netherlands, in which I am now a commissioner of. However, this noting remains.
Yes, that's right. It's for noting, so I'm happy.
Yeah, just so that.
Thank you for making the declarations, but it is for noting, so I don't see there being any conflict issues. Any discussion on the report? Any dissent? Thank you very much. Item 9, just to note that we still have the same 2 SAT tribunal applications that I mention each time that we have a Part 17. So just noting that they are there. At this point of the meeting, any urgent or other business? I dare you. Yeah. Okay, look, I'd just like to say thank you very much, everyone, for today. A lot has gone into this, particularly thank you to Paola and Lee for both items. I think we had quite a lot of last minute activity, which often goes on behind the scenes. And Lee and Paola have absolutely worked incredibly hard to finalise some key issues and get some core material on some very complex matters to you today. So I just want to acknowledge and thank the team. And also Commission support has been incredible today, really calm under pressure. A lot of last minute things were thrown your way without our leader, Sam, here today. So just want to also just say a huge thank you to Commission support team. You've been fantastic. So I'll close the meeting at 6:18 p.m. Thanks all.
For the TV.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
I'm at 5 o'clock.